Yes, kitties. What day is it? CLOWNFEST Day 2. And what's Day 2? Day 2 is the studio tours. Today I don't have to speak much. I don't have to say anything. I don't have to mark anything. I just have to sit back and watch the tours. And you know what? I'm looking forward to it. Always look forward to the studio tour days because it gives a face to the music that we hear weekly at the URL. It puts a face to the music and it shows us what we are like as human beings. I will say that Synth Addict has overshot the fucking 10-minute mark and gone for an hour-long tour. I don't know if we're going to get quite the hour in today. We will certainly do a big chunk of it, but an hour is a bit much. I mean, to be fair, Synth Addict's studio is just ridiculous. It's full of kit. This is his second tour, and he's done an hour, and he said, I've trimmed it down by 20 minutes. I'm like, Jesus Christ, fella. But yeah, super geeky, exactly, Morgan. That's exactly what we're here for. Geeky, geeky, geek out. Can't wait. So we've got about 12 tours in, which is a good enough for about 2-hour show, provided Synth Addict can put an hour-long set in. Bless him. Welcome to Day 2. Day 1 was great. SURL, it was always going to be great, right? Music kicks off tomorrow, but that's not what we're here for today. Today we're here to see the producers behind the music. I love Studio Tour Day. It really is one of my favorite days. Welcome to those people that we've got in the chat thread at the moment. Yenti, Morgan, Jordan, Yellow, War Minstrel, Bad Badger, Arjang, EML Sounds, who is going live. This is the first time we've ever had a live studio tour. Expect us. Gorgeous Roy, Tony Duncan, Electronic Sounds, Audio, Dynamics, Stefan Johansson, it's a pleasure to see you here, fella. Sibby, who's got a tour in today, and Arjang. So there's a few people in, which is excellent. Rhino UK's just turned up, and so's Point 2. Whoop whoop. So's Bad Electric. So's Simon Clement Hughes. Hughes. I don't know how you pronounce that. I can't pronounce fuck all. I can pronounce my own name. Pierrot. The Acid Clown. Everybody else's name, no fucking clue. What was I going to say just before that? I can't remember. My God, Abracadabra's in as well. We want to see you back at CLOWNFEST, Abracadabra. We really, really do. I've been watching you on Facebook, and you're rocking away with all the things you're doing with music development, and we'd really, really like to have you back. Yep, a studio tour, a live studio tour. Right, great. Well done, Eric. Thank you so much for doing a live studio tour. Mystic Frequencies just tuned in. Yeah, today's going to be... Oh, Bad Badger's here as well, who has a tour in as well. The Clown Army Worldwide. So, yeah, welcome to day 2. Day 2 of 8. Oh, day 2 of 8. So it's 5 more days to go, and most of them are music. Tom Hillgrove, how's it going? So I guess there's not much more to say from me other than we are now about to take a look at the intricate workings of the inner sanctum of the producers. And first up, I know who's first up. I don't know who's coming after that. First up is Eric M. Keys. Now, Eric M. Keys has been in the army for a long time, since the beginning, like literally since the beginning. And we see him infrequently at the URL, and we want to see what he's got. We want to see what he's made of. We want to see what how he produces, because we know very little about him. I think he's put 2 tracks in over the course of the URL in the past 7 years. Don't forget the URL turns 7 in August, but we'll probably celebrate that in September, because I may take August off. Adrian Smith has just joined us. Yeah, exactly, Warminster. Show us your gear. Show us your gear. Now, I know that Eric M. Keys comes from a live musical background. No, hold on. A live musical background. He's got a couple of sons who are into music as well. Hold on a minute. Let me just do that. There we go. He's got a couple of sons who are into music as well, so I'm hoping he's going to show us all around his studio and see what he's got. Yeah, he is a great drummer, and I've taken a quick look at this studio tour just to make sure that they all work, and there's a little bit of a surprise from him right at the end. So I'm going to quit my jibber-jabber. Quit your jibber-jabber! And I am going to let Eric M. Keys take it away. Are we ready, ladies and germs? Here we go.
Good afternoon, Clown Army. I hope you can see me okay. I'm going to do my best with this. I'm not a good video guy, but trying here. It's why it's taken me so long to get to making one of these videos here. So I'm going to show you my little studio setup here. This is my, call it the cockpit of the plane here, where I drive things for my drum set here. And then I got Reason over here on these 3 monitors. And yes, I'm one of them weirdos that turns mine up this way because I like the rack system in Reason, so it does me well. So I have, for each drum here, except my cymbals, my snare, my toms, 4-tom, and my kick here. And then you see my 2 overheads up above the horizon here. And so physically those are lined into, partially, we've got 8 on here, and then there's a fiber optic cable that goes over to this 8 pre-in Focusrite interface. I'm going to get to the back of the system so you can see the cables all lined in to this unit, and then you've got individual outs you can use for fun stuff and different types of routing. But yeah, so each drum has a line in, and obviously I've got way more than one sound interface going on here. I got my all Mackie board going on here with the blue teeth option. My turntable down here, and stack of records down here. Of course, we have just gobs of records along the back walls here, and we just got done with band practice earlier, so I decorated with my son's artwork and things I've collected over the years. Yeah, Christmas lights up here all the time. I got my PreSonus Aries 8s in the back corner there, so they do me pretty decent. What I'll do is I have, unfortunately it's kind of hard to play and show you this since I don't have OBS running to do all this stuff, but like I said, I'm not the best video guy, but let me see what I can get lined up here. I did kind of program something here, and just to show you that, you know, the interfaces are taking live sound now. My snare, you see the levels there. So we're live right now. I'm running that, so, but that's it in a nutshell without going on too long about it. I'll give you a little performance and demo it so you can kind of hear what it's like in the living room. It's not the greatest little tune, but just something I threw together, and you can get an idea of what I did.
Just for you, Stefanatic. Yeah, Warren, I agree it would be. And I'd love to get Eric involved in that to be the drummer.
So, yeah. Yeah, I know. So, yeah, that's, you know, just a little bit about the studio here, my living room. I've had that wood drum since I was 5. Got that on Christmas Day. And, yeah, you know, I love Reason enough that I'll twiddle all these knobs with one mouse click at a time, but it gets the job done. And, you know, the rack system works pretty good. So, all right, without going on too long, thanks. Love you guys.
Yes. Eric M. Keys, like I say, been in the army a long time. And it's great to see how he works. So he's got all of those drums going in through Reason. Like I say, we all make music in different ways, and that's why this actually exists. The studio tour day actually exists. You know, back in the day, people were like, have we got to produce doorless to put into the URL? No, not at all. You can produce dolly, you can do analog, you know, acoustic, whatever the hell you want, and that's why this day exists, so that we can show people that different ways of producing music still create music. You know, it's not about how you produce, what you produce on, how much kit you've got. It's about the ideas that you have and how you put them into practice. That's what's the most important thing about today, you know, and that's the whole reason that this day came about, because people were like, I don't produce doorless, so I can't put into your show. No, that's not the case. That's not the case. Okay, next up we have Yella, by the look of it. Like I say, I don't know who's coming up. But yeah, this is Yella. It's quite a short tour.
Hi guys, this is David Bully, otherwise known as Yellab. I'm going to give you a quick little tour of my studio, which is basically just a small hole in the wall, just off my side of my living room.
That is literally the case for just about everybody that produces in the URL. I don't think anybody has got a dedicated room for making music. I do it in my bedroom. My bed, literally, I can touch my bed here and I can touch my synths here. That's how, you know. And Eric Emke's his front room is dedicated to his entire studio. You know. So, like, have you seen that meme going around where there's a table and there's a laptop on it and there's a couple of speakers and like a sound card going into it, and people are like, "Hey, come round to the studio." That's a valid studio. That is a valid studio, regardless of what you use. If you use Fruit Loops, Ableton, Reason, Rebirth, you know, whatever DAW, Logic, whatever DAW you're using is a valid studio. There's more things within a laptop than there are in my room. You know, it's just insane. Anyway, sorry, Yellow, carry on.
Slowly spin round just so you can get an idea of the size of it. And basically what I use to make music is Ableton here. I use various different controllers for the sounds, mainly the Novation Launchpad, which I use for triggering separate clips and things like that, and basically just record different riffs and things in like that. I also have APC 20 over here, which I like to use for just, you know, up and down with the levels and stuff, and triggering different clips again over here. Then I have a few little bits of hardware dusted around.
Oh, hey, I persuaded him to get that MPC-1. And he has not looked back, and he has enjoyed the fucking thing the whole way through using it. The MPC-1 is a fucking door in a shoebox. It is amazing.
Or sampling little whiffs and things. And then for some reason I've got another small little setup here, just because if I want to sit down, then I can use this setup. And here's a small little collection of my boys' toys.
Every studio has got a collection of toys in it. There's an X-Wing up there. Every boys' studio has got some sort of fucking toy collection in it. Did you see Syntax Eras? Fuck me, that guy's got a billion toys.
And that's about it, I'm afraid. Take care, guys.
I'm so glad that Dave has put in a studio tour. He is playing CLOWNFEST for the first time. Let me just find out what day it is on. Hold on 2 seconds. He's playing CLOWNFEST for the first time this time round, and you can catch him at 7 o'clock on Friday. This is his debut for CLOWNFEST. Like I say, another person that's been around in the army for a long, long time, but takes a while for people to get confidence enough up to want to step out of their comfort zone and do, you know, something for CLOWNFEST. Rich Lambo is a perfect example of that. Somebody else who's been around in the army for such a long time, and it took me forever. Like CLOWNFEST 11 was his first set, and he was really, really worried that it was going to go down really badly, and everybody fucking loved it. Not only did everybody love it, but hold on a sec. There we go. Not only did they love it, but he took apart his CLOWNFEST 12 set for this here, the Mind, Body and Soul EP. So, you know, I thought his set was good enough, you know, to warrant releasing on the Clown Army Bandcamp, and there it is, you know. So so for somebody who's been lurking like Dave for such a long time, has now stepped into the arena and has leaps and bounds, you know, going forward. It's fucking amazing. By the way, people, we have a new release on the Bandcamp, on the Clown Army Bandcamp, and it is the drum and bass vocal challenge. I will be going through a couple of tracks of this on Monday when we do the release for the collab challenge, but there are 6 tracks here, and these are the people that didn't win, so these are the runners up, and they get to go on the Clown Army Bandcamp. We already have 1 sold so far, and that's from Gorgeous Roy. Thank you very much, Gorgeous Roy. Who have we got on there? Alien Probe, Gorgeous Roy, Mind Manipulation, Prism Prime, The Sour Alien, and Todd Longmire. So there's some like all of the tracks that got put in for the vocal D&B challenge were stunning, like absolutely stunning. The ones that won got released on a proper label, and the ones that didn't win got released on the Clown Army Bandcamp. So there it is. If you want to go over and check that out, that would be appreciated. Right, who is up next?
So yeah, this is the Kerno Clowns studio tour. I might win the record.
Oh, hold on. This. Oh no, that's not the right one. Hold on. That's not the right one. Hold on. 2 seconds. It's that one, isn't it? So let's just remove that. And then push that one there. And then we will...
Hi everyone.
He sent in a first tour which was 35 seconds long, and then literally like 10 minutes ago sent in another one which is 1 minute and 37 seconds long. So this is Colonel Clown. Again, another person who has been in the army for forever, since right from the beginning. He was one of the people that reached out to me so long ago. And yeah, so Simon has been around for fucking forever. So it's taken him nearly 7 years to come out of his closet and show us what he does. He now is on his second CLOWNFEST set, and you can catch him on Saturday at 4 o'clock. And this is his studio.
Hi everyone, this is the Kerno Clown. I'm presenting my studio tour, and here it is. Yeah, so I tend to use quite a small modular setup, which is powered by Ableton Live. It's handling the sequencing and a lot of the effects. I also, certainly for this CLOWNFEST set, am using VST instruments for the drums and some 303 stuff, thanks to the excellent D16 plugins. Most of my setup fits in a single view here. A couple of complex oscillators.
See, again, you know, like people are, I've only got a humble modular system. I'm sure that system there is capable of doing everything that I can do behind me, but in a much smaller footprint. Again, it doesn't matter how much kit you've got. It matters how many ideas you have and how you execute those ideas. I don't know if you've heard Colonel Clown's stuff at the moment, but it is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. And yeah, so you have a modular rig. It's a very modest modular rig, but I'm sure it is capable of some fucking awesome stuff. Sorry for interrupting.
Some utilities and modulation stuff, and I'm running all that through an Expert Sleepers system. The only bit that's off camera at the moment is where I record my snares. Standard, right?
Yeah. Shitty snares.
I mean, other than that, I'm not really sure what else I can be telling you guys. Sequencing with a push. Yeah. Obviously a lot of the stuff here is overdubbed. I'm using Ableton like a big MPC, I guess would be the sort of takeaway from this stuff. But yeah, hopefully I'll be moving soon and I'll have actually some space to set up properly and show you guys a bit more stuff. I'm just going to stand up and, oops, that fell out.
Volca FM, one of the only Volcas that are worth having. Volca FM and the Volca sample are the only ones worth having. Again, do you see the tiny space that he's got to cram all of that stuff into? You know, we are not rich producers. We do this for the love of it. In fact, we were talking about this in one of the chat groups with Ryan Dirty K. We don't produce for anyone. We produce music for ourselves because we enjoy producing music, and that is one of the most important things when it comes to producing music. Did you catch Auxum's track in the URL last night? The thing was wonky as fuck, and it was quantized, out of a 4/4 zone, and it was, and for me, I couldn't grab onto it. But that's the music he wants to make, and that is absolutely fine. Nobody in the Clown Army is gonna come down on you for making music. You know, what we're going to try and do is point you in the right direction of some way that you can improve your music, you know. So it's really, really important that you have ideas and that you execute them well. And like Simon says, he's using Ableton as a big MPC. So he's just kind of recording in and then overdubbing, and you know. So there are so many different ways you can use all of the doors, and this is just one way that suits Simon, and it's fucking brilliant, right? Okay, who is up next? Yes, Bad Badger, I will remove the ticker tape at the bottom for you, no problem. It is a way of life. Point 2, you're absolutely right.
Right then, so this is
DJ Pukeface's
studio. Got Yamahas, DXR 8 Mark IIs, 8-inch, really powerful then, lovely, nice and loud like how I like it.
It's funny he says that, nice and loud like I like it. He got a noise complaint from his neighbours the other day and had to move all of his studio from one room to like right at the back so his neighbour wouldn't complain. He's now looking at soundproofing it. Turn your noises down, people. That's why I do most of my stuff in my headphones, because I don't want to annoy the neighbours. I don't want to annoy my mum, you know. So most of my stuff is done in headphones. But DJ Pukeface is primarily a DJ, but again, he had a track in last night and it went down really, really, really well. DJ Pukeface knows his music and he can mix several different styles.
Got a pair of Technics SL 1200s Mark IIs. They are battered, but they work. That's the main thing. I've got a koala bear there. This penguin over here. This thing keeps falling over for some reason. I've got Control D2s by Native Instruments that work with Tractor. I love these. I've got loads of control over them. A few DJs still use these, even though they're really old. And I think I was one of the first to ever get a pair, because I started using Tractor like in its infancy. I was like well into Tractor from day one, and the waveforms on them are brilliant as well, and you can see them in daylight. You could do a load with them. Stems too, obviously, full stems control, that's what they were for. I've got a Pioneer V10, which I hate and love at the same time. It's got a wicked sound card. The output's pretty good on it. It's really basic though. The effects are just standard Pioneer dual. And it's really basic. It's like there's hardly anything in the settings. Anybody that thinks this mixer is complicated is just, yeah, I don't know, it looks scary, but it's not at all. It's got some handy sends and returns on it. Yeah, I've got a Zone DB4 as well, but my little lad's using that, Harry. I love the Zone DB4.
Start your kids mixing and DJing and making music young.
Of, CDJs that I've swapped with Paul Morrison. He's borrowing my Audio 8, and I've borrowed them for the lad. I've got an Asus Vivo book there. That's the Sonic Master. I've upgraded it 24 GB. It's i7-10 core, running at about 4.7 gigahertz. I've got another one there. I used to have two of the same ones of these. That is exactly the same spec, but I dropped the other one, so I had to get that as well. Slightly different that, but they are practically the same chip, same year. I've got II headphones. They're the TM2s. They're modular. I do want to order some over-ear cups on these. The cups are a bit smaller. I prefer a bit more isolation because I'm practically deaf in one ear anyway.
Know the
because
feeling.
I've been standing in front of them for way too long, especially in clubs or in bass bins back in the day. I've got a Behringer UMC 204, more than good enough for streaming. That's the laptop I use for streaming, by the way. I keep them separate.
I used to use the Behringer U2 thing, so it's like what stereo in and stereo out, and we did that for the URL for the longest amount of time. Again, doesn't matter that the kit is not as expensive as somebody else's kit. It doesn't matter. If it does the job, that's all we need.
I've got a completely bog standard cheap microphone. I have got, I think, about a 10k rig in the shed as well that I bring out every now and then.
I did not
I've
know
got
this.
a load of records there, and about 2,000 in the back room. And I think I've got about 4 boxes in Harry's room as well. Yeah, I'm starting to take over the house with records now.
Record collection is one of the biggest crack habits you'll ever have. It's honestly, you might just as well have a crack habit if you're going to collect records. It's ridiculous.
I have got a spare Technics that's immaculate there as well, thanks to Mr. Carl Phoenix. I'm looking to get one of the same. So if anybody wants to semi-battered Technics and swap it for one 1210, I'm up for it.
Ooh,
And that's
interesting.
about it. That's where the so-called magic comes from. Some more teddies over there.
And you can catch DJ Pukeface on Sunday at, where is he? DJ Pukeface at 20 to 7. Again, Mark's not been in the army that long, but he is a wonderful character. He's a really lovely, friendly guy, and I'm hoping to meet him face to face when I play Dare 2 in September. Again, you know, like he was like, I can't do a studio tour, I only DJ. What's it matter? That's where you create your art. Just, you know, creating music or mixing music is exactly the same. It's putting art out there. That's what it's all about. That is what it's all about. And the more you do it, you know, the better you become, and blah 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 blah. And it's great to see Mark producing again. You can catch his streams fairly regularly on Facebook, and you can catch him on Sunday. Right, who is up next? Oh, Sibby, are you watching? This is Sibby's studio tour, and I think everybody is looking forward to this one. Sibby, are you still watching? I do hope so. Jaguardini, how's it going? Doorless House Music, how's it going? Fly with Gravy, nice name. Polyphonic Paul, welcome to the show. So yeah, Sibby is one of the high flyers within the Clown Army and the URL. She writes some amazing stuff. I said this the other day. We went up to see her a couple of weeks ago, and she's just one of the most friendly, inviting people you are ever likely to meet. Not only is she friendly and inviting, but she writes some fucking banging beats, and she can spit words as well over the top of it. So we are really looking forward to this, Sibby. Let's get in.
So while it's recording, I can't hear it on my headphones, so I'll have to use the laptop speakers. Anyway, yeah, so hello, this is Sibby Studio Tour. This is the third fucking time I'm doing it. The first time I did it, I did a video and I didn't save the video, for fuck's sake, and then I closed the app. And the second time we did it, it came out really fucking good. And then there was me talking, me clicking the buttons, but there was no sound. All right, yeah, so hi, my name's Sibby. This is my studio tour. And this is my music software. I've never done a studio tour before because I was like, well, I'm not doing a studio tour because I don't really have a studio. And Mark, that acid clown daddy, said to me, oh, actually, you do have a studio because you've got it all on there.
What did I just say not 2 minutes ago, you know? If you've got a fucking laptop and you've got Ableton, Logic, Reason, Rebirth, Cubase, if you've got any of those on it, you've got more kit than I have behind me and to the left of me. And so it's really important for producers to show us what they do, you know? And this whole, you know, ethos of, oh, it's a DAW, it's not a studio. Bullshit. A DAW is a fucking competent studio. It really, really is. Yeah, let's get back into it.
And yeah, I've got it all on here. I do want an MPC one because they look sick on the video and they look sick to use. I think that's the only hardware I would want because really, if you look at this, it pretty much is all the hardware in the software. Not the same as touching everything, but you know, I can live with it. And plus I have a thing about wires. I can't deal with them, they drive me nuts. So I could only imagine how anxious it would make me having wires all over the place. Oh no. But anyway, I can just look at those wires if I want to look at wires. Yeah. Anyway, so okay. Let's get into it, shall we? Right, okay, so first of all, this is one of my main go-to drum programmers that I use. Kong is absolute fucking boss. Kong is king. Hey, yeah. I'm only hearing it on the laptop speakers, but I'm sure it sounds good. Let's turn that up a bit. Laptop fucking speakers. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. So, screen for distortion.
Beautiful distortion.
Take that off.
That's what any RD9 or 909 or 808 sounds like when it's not processed, yeah? And this is all within the box. Warren's just got an RD9 and the kick is so donkey on it that he's had to buy a couple of pedals to make the kick sound like up to date, you know? And that it's all in the box with Reason. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to buy any external stuff. You can have multiple, you know, bits and pieces going on. You can have that scream distortion on everything, you know. It's ridiculous.
Put it on.
How's the sound out there, people?
Yeah, it's cool as fuck.
It is.
And there is hundreds and hundreds of kits to go through, and then you open up those and there's more inside. It's just awesome as fuck. And one of my other favourite drum kits is, I'm a big fan of drums, if anyone knows me knows, is this Oomph club drums. They are sick. Raw power. Sounds like distortion on it. Nice. From what I can fucking hear on these bloody laptop speakers. Oh, that's nice. I think. Really wish I could plug my headphones in. But yeah, so that's another thing that I use all the time for my drums. I use the Oomph drums mostly for drum and bass, trap and techno kind of music. And then I'll use Kong for like my more laid back hip hop type beats and stuff. Yeah, so that's that. Trying to be as quick as I can, because the first video that I made and I didn't save it, it was like an hour long. So I'm trying to be quick now. So when I first started using Reason, I used that. And the reason I used that is because I didn't know how to program drums. And it's there. It sounds shit. There's loads of shit you can do to it to make it sound better. Okay. Let's get rid of that.
I'm just going to intersect here. A lot of people are saying, oh yeah, I started on tape. Where is it? Electronic Sounds Audio. I started on a 2-track tape in 1986. I was 11 when you started, Dean. Jesus Christ. How old are you, Dean? And then Arjang says an 8-track in 78. I was 2. Fucking hell. Slightly jealous? A little bit.
This is one of my favourite instruments, and I use it in a lot of techno.
Good God, Dean, are you? Badass. Badass. DJ Prism. That was loud.
I don't like that. Alright, so if I stuck that in, I'm just going to do a... Fucking hell. Oof, baby.
Fly says my neighbour is complaining and it's not even me. Sorry, fella.
F is my go-to. Alright, let's just get that. So there's all sorts of shit you can do on it. I can't even, can barely get into it really, but let's cut that up so I don't. I can barely hear it, but I'm sure it's like a bass.
Yeah, savage, Sibby. Oh!
And then this you can do whilst you're recording as well. And yeah, that's thick. I've got a stopwatch on right now to make sure I don't go over 20 minutes. So a lot of these instruments that are on here weren't on Reason 10, and because I've upgraded straight from that, a lot of them I'm not familiar with, and I haven't been delving into them because I wanted to get my set done, obviously. So I've just used the ones that I know. So Europa was used a lot in my set. I fucking love Europa. Grain is the bass you can get out of this is fucking epic. I love messing around with tempos and switch ups, and this is a big part of that.
Unbelievable. Sibby, what? Yeah, aren't you self-taught? Have you had any musical tuition whatsoever at all? Because you understand music really fucking well. Elsa Jane's in the building. Welcome, my dear. Self-taught, learn by doing. Fantastic. Yeah, some people have natural built-in talent, and Sibby is one of them. And, like, this is just her, you know, fanning around in reason. But the sound is so crisp. So crisp. There's about 12 producers in Skiz.
Sometimes I can sit with this for hours and just play about it. I don't get anything out of it. I don't get any tracks out of it, but oh my god, I can just sit and play with this particular sample and just play with the chords player just for hours, whatever it's called. What's it called? Scales and chords. It's beautiful. Right, anyway, taking too long on that one, Sibby. Okay, so yeah, so not put anything into it, just whack one of them on a bass generator and just up with it. And then obviously I can put in whatever bass I want.
Keenan Zero, welcome to the party. Yellowbus just said, oh, oops, me want reason. You have the MPC-1. MPC-1 is very, very capable and can do most of this stuff, if a little limited. But yeah, it's a door in a shoebox, you know?
Never used that beat map yet. Chord sequence I ain't used yet. Let's try that. Fucking hell.
I hate this 707 Arjang. I hated it. Oh.
Absolutely love Europa. I use this a lot. So when I first started, I was using Dr. Octo-Rex because I didn't know how to program drums. But then I copied it to the track and realised, oh, it's actually loads of fun editing drums. Then
Berserker, welcome to the party.
It sounds really flat and stuff at first, but you just fuck with it. You just fuck with it, have fun with it, learn as you go. Where the fuck is that coming from?
Yeah, absolutely, Blonde. That's why this day exists in CLOWNFEST. Inky the Cat, how's it going, my love?
Yeah. And then once I got to grips with that one, I got bored, and then Kong became my baby, and now it's this. Subtractor's awesome.
Sarah Summers, how's it going? We are currently looking into Sibby's studio and how she does things.
Minutes is definitely not long enough to delve into it, and oh, I'm so gutted that the second video I didn't record the sound, because it actually came out really fucking good. Feeling a little bit deflated, but you know.
I dream about kicks like that. I'd be happy with just that. You got the start of a track there, and all you're doing is fanning around. It's beautiful.
With my music, you'll recognise a lot of the stuff that I use in it all the time. I just love it.
Oh. Oh.
I've used this a little bit in my set. Obviously, just turned down the wetness so it didn't have such an impact. Anyway, I think we're going to leave it there because there's just too much to go through. But that's just a little glimpse into the stuff I use, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed it.
We did indeed enjoy that, Sibby. Like I say, you're one of the powerhouses within the Clown Army, and you've mastered reason. You know what you're doing with it, and just listening to some of those, like, I'm jealous as fuck. And all you were doing was arsing about, going, "Oh, here's a kick. We'll put something on it and we'll do something with it." Fuck me, the amount of possibilities within reason are just insane. What did Jaguardini say? So many people are locked in Ableton, which is also foreign to me. Yeah, absolutely, mate, absolutely. The only reason people like Ableton is because so many people like using Ableton. It's like Betamax versus VHS. Betamax was a better machine, but VHS won because more people had it, and that's it. It doesn't matter, and I say this all the fucking time. It does not matter what you use to make music. It matters that you make music. That's it. Like, you bang pots and pans and sample that into fucking Audacity. It doesn't fucking matter what you use to make music. What matters is that you make the fucking music. It is ridiculous. Unless you use potatoes. Oliver, I'm pretty sure that somebody could make a track just out of potatoes. You sample the potato, you put it into whatever DAW you've got, and you manipulate it. And like, maybe that should be a challenge. Make a track out of a potato. Literally, you have a potato, sample it up, do what you need to do with it. Sometimes, Oliver, you have good ideas, and sometimes you don't. Anyway, it's great to see you on the stream, Oliver. Right, we are now waiting for Eric to go live. Like I say, Eric is the first person who has decided to go live for a CLOWNFEST. Ah, there he is. There's his beautiful boat race. So we are going to go over to Eric right now. There we are. Eric, you are live at CLOWNFEST. Please take it away. I'll just go.
Mark's ranting about potatoes.
There we go. Okay, so Eric hails from America, and he is doing a live studio tour. So I will let Eric take it away. Go, my man.
Yo. Am I live?
Yes.
Oh shit, I'm live.
Yep. You are live.
I'm live. Oh god. All right, y'all. I don't know what Mark's saying right now, but let's get into this shit. Yeah, so I'm a little nervous. I hope everything sounds good out there. Hope my shaky camera work doesn't fuck with you too much. Yeah, a little shaky with the camera. But yeah, I wanted to go live, y'all, because I just thought it would be a cool idea to, like, what would you say, just be more in person, be here. Like, I feel like I'm chilling with y'all in my studio right now. It's cool as fuck. So I've been sitting home alone all day fucking long, waiting for this to start and stuff. So unfortunately, I got pretty fucking baked today, so please forgive me. Yeah. But anyways, let me show you what I got going on in this room. I'm lucky enough to have a room that I can dedicate to my little fucking music space here. So that's cool. And, I think, Roger just put me in there. It's like my pacifier to get me out of his fucking hair, but, So starting back over here, check it out. This is some artwork that I just put up. It's shit that inspires me. I think Mark would recognize this guy here.
I've got one on my wall.
Super Booth poster that Alan Crawford surprised us all with after Super Booth, and you could see everybody that signed it. Fanatic 12,000, fucking Alan, myself, all the cunts that were at the Super Booth Clown Army meetup. That was a real epic fucking time for me, y'all. Real fucking epic, man. Just to meet everybody, Mark, Fanatic, Alan, got to meet Sarah Summers, Professor Dick to Beat, Paul Flanger, all of these cunts, man. It was cool. It was really cool. So I wanted to put that up in the studio because it inspires my ass. Of course, we got Sarah in the middle here. I picked this up when I got her hardcore album. I got down there. wanted to put it up because, you know, over the last year or so, I really got to know Sarah pretty well and stuff, and we're pretty good friends or whatnot. And she is just a powerhouse. She is nothing but inspiration. Nothing but inspiration. I mean, one of the hardest working people I've ever met. You know, one of the hardest working people I ever met. So, yeah, put that up there. Of course, Metropolis. Just one of my favorite sci-fi movies, and it looks fucking cool. Cool little Berlin skyline. Moving down here, I got a crappy Casio electric keyboard. I don't even know what it's called, but I got a crappy Casio electric keyboard. This side of the room is just kind of the collect-all. Just putting shit over there to get it out of the way. Got that sucker for free. Got my old APC Mini. Retired that when I got this bad boy. And I got my turntable over here, what I call the Deck of Legends. So a little while ago, I've been asking all these cunts to give me stickers and shit, and they've been giving me fucking stickers, and so I slap them on the Deck of Legend. I would have filled this deck up, y'all, so if y'all got stickers, send them my way. Yeah, so of course I got my little record collection and CD collection. Most of this shit down here that you see is like shit I inherited. I've just recently started going down the rabbit hole of actually buying vinyl. And so wish me luck, y'all. Wish me luck.
Don't do it, Eric. Don't do it.
But yeah, I recently just picked up the Sarah Summers hardcore album. That's a sick album. If y'all haven't heard it, you could pick it up on her website, Sarah Summers Music. But yeah, I got everything in here from disco, techno, fucking electro, you name it, classic rock, classical music, everything. I can't turn down free records.
I'm not surprised that Eric has disco.
Moving over here, this is a cool little portrait that Sergio Murto, I think his name, he made for me. That's my my fucking profile picture on Facebook, and I kind of half jokingly said, "Hey man, you should do a portrait of me," and he was like, "Okay." And then like 2 weeks later, he's like, "What's your address?" I'm like, "What? For real?" So much love to my man there for making that for me. That shit's cool as fuck, man. Just a few little trinkets over here. Of course, my main man, Fanatic 12,000, F12K, showing that love. Little beautiful postcard from Cowbellistan. Special cowbell, cowbell, sent to me from my man, Fanatic 12,000. And of course, the tiny bells. Down here, you'll see, this is the instruments. This is the drums that every single transatlantic funk track was ever made of. This is the real stuff. When you listen to that, that's what you're hearing right there, bro. So, yeah. Let's make our way over here. This room kind of actually serves, as you could tell, like a dog pen / Eric's studio. Like, that's where Sydney sits and rolls his eyes when I'm making shitty music. Got all of his babies and shit up in there. Moving on over here by the window, it's kind of like right now a little microphone setup I got going on. I got this big ass clunky microphone. Fucker always wants to fall over. Of course, over here I got the VT4 and this little Akai MIDI keyboard. Use this for a lot of vocoder effects when I'm recording vocals and shit. Real fun. People give this guy a lot of shit, but it's real fun. Real fun. Of course, we got Justin Bieber, Lil JB here, hanging out, giving me some support in the studio. Little known fact about Mark Gardner. His favorite musician is actually the Biebs. It's actually the Biebs. So anytime he makes a track, he keeps Justin Bieber in the back of his mind, as inspiration. That's where he draws it from right there, the Biebs. Down here you'll see a little MIDI keyboard. I got that sucker for like $20 at a thrift store randomly. Turned out to be a good find because it's got MIDI out, MIDI in, MIDI through, so can do a lot of that. Really helpful when I'm like trying to write, MIDI parts and shit. Little mixer up here. This guy ultimately is going to be a sub mixer that's going to connect that side of the room with everything on this side of the room. One day it's going to be a sub mixer. I'm still working on this side of the room. I want to get another turntable up in that bitch. and a legitimate mixer and stuff, and kind of have like a DJ stand over there. And of course, more synthesizers, synthesizers. Hey, Justin, how you doing? You keeping it cool today, bro? So yeah, moving right along to my humble setup. This is pretty much what I make all of my music on right now. I know Mark's been going on about it doesn't matter, and I agree 100%. It doesn't matter how you make your music. It's just, make the fucking music, right? Whatever draws your inspiration. But for me, in my ADD, I'm moving more towards hardware stuff because I lose track when I'm fucking around in Ableton, and next thing you know, I'm down 17 rabbit holes. There's too many options in Ableton. With the hardware stuff I got here, it gives me like X, Y, this is your parameters to play with. That's your parameters, so it's limited, so I stay on track because the ADD is strong in this model. Yeah. So I have I guess you call it like a hybrid setup going on here. I do minimal programming inside of Ableton, and let me pull Ableton up real quick. Minimal programming inside of Ableton, doing a lot of my writing in the session view, and then launching everything on the little APC 64 right here. So in Ableton, you see all the colored clips there. Those are all MIDI parts. Each color coincides with a different piece of kit here, and from top to bottom, it's the beginning of a track, the next part of the track, the next part of the track sequentially. So basically, I don't even have to look at Ableton once I get going. It's all on here, it's all in there. I'm fucking really stoned, guys. This is a lot of talking. I'm kind of forgetting what the point was. What was I gonna say next? Oh, this is my little guy. Yeah.
I will just add that it is legal to be stoned in America right now, you lucky bastards.
DJ Ducky in the house. My buddy rolling a fatty, holding it for me, waiting for when I get done. Yeah, so I remember what I was going to say now. Fucking, so I'm launching clips out of Ableton. Each clip is going to a different piece of equipment here. The audio's coming right back into Ableton, and I'm tracking all the audio in there. But what I keep highlighted in Ableton is what is on the grid. And so, yeah, it works pretty well for me. Because, like I said, I don't have to fuck around in Ableton, and my ADD is way too much to be fucking around in Ableton. Yeah. The only piece of non-synthesizer here is the MPD 32. Use this guy a lot for chopping up vocals and stuff and playing around vocals. Really fun to get finger drumming with the vocals. I like to take vocals a lot of time and chop them up and make the little bits like kind of percussive in a way, and then add those bits back in with the synthesizers over here. So that guy's really fun. I do actually play around with some finger drumming, like actual finger drum kits on there and stuff, but I'm still working on my timing there. I'm a little much of a stoner and I lose my time. The SEO2 I got here, this guy has become my base station. Oops, shaking like a leaf on a tree. This guy's become my base station, so it puts out gnarly bass lines. Almost no matter what pattern I throw at it, tweak a knob or two, play with the filter a little bit, and the contour and such, the ADSR, and this thing will scream. Super wicked sub bass lines come out of it too. I mean, I ain't even calling it the SEO2 anymore. It's just my bass machine. Obviously the TB3, I'm doing a lot of like acid line shit with that. It's really fun on the TB3 because you, of course, can play with your filters and blah, 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 like everybody does. But I really like the Era kit's scatter functions. They add some really cool flares, and I find if I'm about to segue out of one part of a track into another part of the track, and I got this a pattern playing on the TB3, and I'm just about to drop out of this section of the track, I can kind of end where I'm at just with a quick little do-do-do-do-do-do-do, and then boom, drop into the next part of the track. It's cool for like transitions and stuff. Everybody knows the TR8, doing a lot of 808 and 909 mixtures in here, created a lot of my own kits. Haven't really expanded it. Gonna be looking into some of the other packs that they sell that you can load up into it and stuff. Just haven't really dug into that much. This guy, the scatter is obviously fun, but I always fuck the timing up on it. So I'm scared to play with the scatter most times. But what is really cool on this is playing around with the delay that's built in and the step effect. That probably sounds stupid, but the step effect thing it does. That's super cool to, cut the delay in and out and just add little funkiness to the drums, I guess you would say. Yeah. And then I got my baby, the Peak. Oh man, this synth has fucking been amazing. No regrets on this guy. Can do any sound in the world you can think of. Literally any sound in the world you can think of. Been really using it for kind of like leads and chords and even sometimes effects that kind of bounce back and forth out of like a chord pattern and then more effecty, it loses its musical, musicality a little bit and just becomes kind of noise. Fun thing to play around on this one is of course the ADSR. You can cut that release way up and make it scream at you. Got a really great filter. Cut that resonance up, blah, blah, blah. Pull the filter back. Man, this thing gives me a hard on every fucking time I lay hands on it. Been really trying to find more like performance parameters with all of these synths in pieces of kit. So like for instance with this one, mentioning playing around with the ADSR and changing the filter and stuff, but also the delay on this one's really cool. The reverb's really cool, and the ARP on this guy is sick. And if you do the ARP in like a really kind of rhythmic way, it adds really interesting variations to whatever you're playing through the Peak. If you don't have a Peak, go get a Peak. I am now officially a Peak salesman. So I get commission. No, I'm just kidding. I wish, but I'm just kidding. But yeah. So anyways, all of this setup here, it's real humble. One day I plan to have a little modular over here, thinking of the Atura Mini Brute with the rack, the little rack that goes on the back of it. That would be sick. Add a little modular into it. I really like this setup because it keeps me, out of the box and hands-on with, like I said, limited parameters. And, if you have too much, sometimes you get down a rabbit hole. But, yeah, so other than that, down here, you got the classic mess of wires back there. Recently, I got a puppy, and all of this has become very problematic.
That's not a mess of wires, Eric. You come and have a look under the beast. You'll see a mass of wires.
I got the Behringer Euphoria interface there, rack mount. Shit ton of ins and outs on that. So that's been a game changer since I got that. Obviously up here we got the loophole of screens. Whoa, shit. And over here we got Ableton right now, but you also have... Oh, shit, there I am. Blabbing on. Check it out. There's Mark. Mark, hi. Look, everybody in the comments. Yes, everybody in the comments. I love you people. Richard, Phil Minotti, Dallas House Music, Mystic Frequencies. Please, Mystic Frequencies, will you adopt me? Please adopt me. I am a very good house pet. Synthetic, I love y'all. And then there's the cage. That's where I go when I'm a bad boy. I go into the cage. We won't talk about the cage right now, but yeah, so that's everything. Say goodbye, Biebers. Bieber with the Biebs. That's everything. again, I hope everything sounded good and looked halfway decent, and I hope I didn't bore you too much. Yeah, I can't tell how this sounds until the end, but hopefully it's cool. So, I don't know. I think I run out of things to say, but I love you guys. Clown Army love, always. Peace.
Yeah, baby. So that was our first ever live tour, and I think Eric absolutely smashed it out of the park. I just want to touch on that. The he's talking about the V4. I've got the V3 and the V4, and I will say that this is a much better vocal box. The E4. This thing, honestly, it is savagely good, like absolutely savagely good. The typical Roland stuff. You have to menu dive, and you got to press 2 buttons to get into something else. But yeah, I thoroughly recommend if you can find one of these cheap, you can get them sub £100 now in the second-hand market, and this thing just really is the mutt's nuts. It's got everything that the VT and the VT3 and the VT4 has, but in a better format, smaller size, and it's got a ridiculously powerful scatter on it that you can, like, there's 3 points of scatter on this, and you can program each point of scatter individually. Honestly, this little box is fucking awesome. I use it for the Clown Jewels every now and then. And it's the way I get vocals into the Beast, and I use the VT4 to get the vocals into Hybrid 23. Okay, Eric, that was a great tour. Thank you so much for that. Or is it a vocoder? Kind of. It's a vocal tweaker. I believe is what they it's got pitch control, format, and reverb there. But you can change everything on this. Like literally, it takes a bit of menu diving and getting used to, but it is well worth it. Like well worth it. It's almost like having a Chaos pad for dedicated for vocals. It's really fucking good. Okay, so that was EML Sounds all the way from, I want to say Florida, but I think it's Georgia these days. So, yeah, Eric, thank you so much. Right, our first live studio tour. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? For CLOWNFEST 13. Okay, next up in the studio tour box is Bad Badger. This is his second tour. He's changed his studio around quite a lot since the last time he had it. And so yeah, so let's take it away, Bad Badger.
Army, hello Mark, thanks for having me again. I did one of these rig run-through things last CLOWNFEST, so not long ago. But I think enough things have changed here since then. Like a lot of you guys are constantly changing the rig around, and every time you think, no, that's it, that's how it's going to stay forever now. And we're always right. But no, I think I've got it at last. This is probably how it's going to stay for a while. So, yeah, let's get down to it, eh? If you saw the last one, you can probably tell this area's not changed much. The addition of water bottles is quite a recent thing. Had some health issues. Turns out I hadn't drunk water in a decade. Water's apparently a thing. So, yeah. This corner's become a lot less cluttered. It doesn't actually affect the footprint, but psychologically, it's a bit more spacious. Got rid of a few little bits, and just the difference it makes psychologically having a few less things that weren't getting used anyway, them not in the way. Less is more kind of thing, yeah. So, yeah, since last time, I've stolen an idea off Mark. I'm now using the EMX as a sequencer for my synths, at least. It helps that he came here and he took it apart and sorted out some glitches. Sorted out some glitches. Not only that, but I bought the Innovation Circuit off him. At the minute, I'm just using it for hi-hats, really. But I love the way that I can really change things on the fly with this. Wasn't very intuitive at first, but after a day or two mucking about, it kind of clicked. It's not for everyone. And as I say, I'm not using it for its full potential, but what I am using it for, it works really well. Also, bought off Mark at the same time, the TR8S. I can see this taking over as my main sequencer at some point down the line. It's just great. It's really, what can I say about the TR8S that you don't know? Also, at the same time, I got this off Mark as well. And it's great. It adds some really great high-end fluff to what I'm doing sometimes. Though occasionally, if I'm not paying attention, it can sound like a wobbly tape. But that's just like 1 or 2 presets, so just as long as I avoid them or know to avoid them. I was mucking about when I first got it, and I just put it through a really cheap reverb, and it's gorgeous. That's the way that's staying, definitely. Last time you were all here, I was retiring the Triggerfinger Pro because it was glitching a bit, and obviously making 4/4 music, you need stuff to be on point. Then I realised the sound bites don't need to be spot on, so this has got brought back in the rig, and it's kind of separate, but it stays in time, and the little glitches it has do not affect having a soundbite now and then. So yeah, welcome back into the rig. Also, since last time, I think it's since last time, I bought the Brew here. It's a one-trick pony, but I like it. You know, it's good value for money. I like the sound. It has a good place in my rig. Not for everyone, I guess, but then you could say that about everything. One problem I'm having, this Behringer mixer here, I really want to get away from using or buying Behringer stuff. As a company, they're getting less and less of a reputation that you want to associate with, but they do budget stuff. But you get what you pay for, and this isn't that old, and the charger for it is becoming so hot at times, you know. There are times you're trying to jam and you go, what's that smell? It's like melting plastic or something horrible, and you think, oh my god, the whole studio is about to explode. And I think I've traced it down to the charger for this. I'm hoping I can buy a replacement charger separately, but we'll see. Over here, I got rid of a few bits, and for some strange reason, ever since I got the Akai Rhythm Wolf, I've been trying to find a use for it just to prove haters wrong. I don't know, I think they're probably right, but actually what I'm using it for now is just putting the kick through some effects and using that as the background rumble. And as such, it's a good use for something cheap that I'm not going to be able to sell, am I? So, yeah, well, just the kick from that, going through Chord Chaos Quad, which has a nice ducking feature as well as all the other multi-effects. Then from that, into a cheap delay, cheap reverb, cheap buzzbox, which I think I also got off the Clown. And that goes all into its own dedicated channel. In theory, I think I should probably have the ducking after those, but it's sounding good, so what can I do? The real change has to be here. Ever since Oscar from Underdog made flowcharts, which I tweaked a bit myself, of how to make a techno rumble, I looked at that and I thought, I can do that in hardware. And that's the dream. And this is the reality. This shambles of cables and things here, and cheap foot pedals, and scrap wood I found outside by the bins and spent a week nailing and gluing together. This is my effort at getting the techno rumble and texture in the background just right, and it sounds really so fun. I mean, it's a lot of fun, and when you do get it right, it is right. But for the most part, and I'm getting a lot better background rumble with just the Rhythm Wolf going through 4 lots of effects. So let that be a lesson to you. Don't go and rinse another credit card on Amazon just because you see what looks like bargains and you're drunk and you think, yeah, I can do that. Because in the end, is it really worth it? But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Future Badger here, interrupting myself with a couple of things I forgot. Last time y'all were here, I just got these JBLs and I was chuffed with them at first impressions, but now I deeply, deeply regret them, and I would advise people against them. I was split between these and Adams, and
Oh, you should have gone for Adams, mate. You should have gone for Adams. I just want to pick up what Jaguardini said. I love your organization. Honestly, Bad Badger assimilates everything. You know, his rig is fucking massive, and I can attest to the rumble as well. I'm trying to do that myself with the Sherman filter bank and 3 different kicks and different routing and stuff to try and get that rumble in hardware. It is possible, but it's not quite as tasty as it is when you do it in software.
We should have got the Adams. Whoever it is in tech companies who's making things switch themselves off every 2 minutes, you should be shot. It's not just that these now turn themselves off after 2 minutes of quiet. If I'm using them and it's just not kicking out huge amounts of bass, they turn themselves off. They're meant to be studio speakers. I'm trying to work on a hi-hat sound and they're turning themselves off while I'm using them. And guess what? Whoever says, change it in the settings. What settings? Show me the drop-down menu. Whoever it is in tech, all tech, who's making stuff switch itself off by default hundreds of times a day, I can't get anything done. I'm fighting it the whole time. You should be shot. Also, last time you were here, this had just broken, and I've since replaced. I need one of these to still be old school, but as I've got 2, I've since replaced that with a new thingy, what we call GoTech, that does USB. It's quite funny being the age I am and remembering how we had to cherish every kilobyte of data and trim everything down as much as possible, and now this has gigabytes, tens of even hundreds of gigabytes. And I see people using Ableton these days and recording hour-long jams so they can sample 4 bars. You know, it's if you live long enough, everything is amazing. You know, but yeah, I've not really got to grips with this yet, but I'm looking forward to use it because one day I've tidied up this whole area that was a workshop last time. And this was taking up valuable space over there, which I can now put my samplers back there, or those samplers. I got given loads of stuff by people who were signed to a big label in the 90s, and it's all in such an old format, and I don't understand it, but I keep telling myself one day I'll get my head around Cubase 1 on the Atari ST, and that's why I still need one of these, because everything's in floppy disks and zip disks, and all that. If anyone knows that stuff inside out and is in Yorkshire, I'd be happy to meet you. That'd be great. Other than that, people, since I started this video, you can see I've got more lights. Hey. Okay, back to past Badger now. Right, that's all for now, you clowny fools. Cheers again for having me and my ramblings. As some as you might be aware, I fell off a certain wagon recently.
Ketamine.
And it really was a great week, but it's time to get back to earth and actually restart over again. I set for CLOWNFEST. And again, thank you for having me. It's great to be up there with some of my personal musical heroes, Midnight Bandit, Sibby, Maldio. The list goes on. I'm just chuffed to be part of it. So, alright, let's get back to it.
That is Bad Badger, and you can catch him Saturday, I believe it is, at 9:20. So all that kit that he's got there will be put into action. Yeah. But again, been to Bad Badger Studio a few times. I still need to come up and the arpeggiator is not quite working on his EMX, so I've got to go up and fix that. I'm pretty sure I know what it was. Somebody bodged something with the ribbon that was going into the ARP slider, and I just need to figure out how to hold it in place without the bodge. I will do it, Bad Badger. We were going to go up to Giovanni Pasta's place for a URL, but life got a little bit hectic here, and we couldn't make it up to see him, and I was going to fix it then. But we will be up to see you at some point, Bad Badger. And thank you very much for your tour. Chris Bartley, it's good to see you in the place, and Neo Storm Music, it's good to see you here. We got a couple of new faces in the chat today, so that's really nice to see. Again, the studio tour day attracts different people. We're not here to listen to music. We're here to geek out, and that's the joy of this one, and again, there is Bad Badger. He again committed social media suicide not very long back by just deleting everything, and the only way we can contact this guy now is through YouTube. So it's great to put a face to it, because we don't see him too much around on Facebook these days. Okay, Bad Badger, thank you so much for your updated tour. And to be fair, your rig it's got some fantastic pieces of kit in there at the moment. And it was a pleasure to sell you the TR8S. It was getting underused here, and Inky had my 707. Because I just didn't like the workflow. Arjang was talking about the workflow, and he's like, I really like the workflow on that, and I just didn't get on with it. It's so much menu diving. Chris says, first timer, the algo served you up. Oh, that's fantastic. Just quickly then, hold on, let me get this up, and I will show you what this is all about. This is CLOWNFEST. CLOWNFEST is an 8-day music festival, and so the music starts tomorrow, and that's your lineup for tomorrow. That's your lineup for Friday. That's your lineup for Saturday. That's your lineup for Sunday. Where is, I believe it's here. Yeah, there we go. So we had the URL yesterday, a studio tour today, music tomorrow, music Thursday, music Friday, DJs on the Saturday, on the Sunday, sorry. Day 7, which is the Monday, will be our release for the collab special that we did a couple of months back. Elsa's brainchild, I should say. We put 80 people together and got 35 tracks back, and that album will be going up on the Bandcamp very, very soon. And then we end the festival with Day 8, which is another URL. If you don't know what the URL is, the URL is a music review show where we people send me tracks, and we all sit around every Tuesday and chat about those tracks. That's literally and there's thousands of hours of music on my YouTube page. There really is. CLOWNFEST is into its 13th incarnation, and each individual set is put up on my YouTube page. And thankfully, YouTube these days have sorted it out so the lives are in one place and the videos are in one place. So if you go to the videos, you'll find all of the CLOWNFEST sets that have been that we've played, and if you go to the lives, you'll find all the URLs and the live streams of the CLOWNFESTs. So welcome to the party, Chris. If you like what we do, tell somebody about us, please, and slap that like button, because it really, really helps the algorithm for YouTube, and obviously it's helped because you're here. So welcome to the party, Chris. And yeah, who is up next for our studio tour? That was Bad Badger. This is Mortal Molecule. Now, this guy is like Aphex Twin Square Pusher. This guy is a fucking genius. He's got a couple of bands going on. He plays keys in bands. My God, this guy is absolutely amazing, and I am so happy and proud to present to you Chris Wood, who is Mortal Molecule. You can catch him tomorrow, I believe. Yeah, just after Rancid Poets, which is Tony Duncan, at 9 o'clock. Mortal Molecule. This guy is stunning, and I don't blow smoke up people's asses. If you're good, I'm going to tell you you're fucking good. And this guy is something special. So, Mortal Molecule, please take it away.
Well, hello there. My name is Chris Wood, also known as Mortal Molecule, and welcome to my home studio in sleepy Millville, Pennsylvania, a suburb of Pittsburgh. Yeah, so this is where I've been making my music recently. I just moved, so don't judge. I mean, you can judge all you want. Actually, I prefer if you do judge. Roast me in the comments. Roast me in the comments about how messy my studio is. Maybe that'll motivate me to actually clean it. But
that's about that, right?
For further ado, let me just show you around. Yeah, here it is. Whoa, and here we are at my main setup here. This is where the magic happens. This is my desk. So here's my trusty Akai APC 40, which I've used on a number of sets for Mortal Molecule. It's a great little device for interfacing with Ableton, and yeah, it's been a great little tool to have. But it's fairly boring because it's just a MIDI controller. I don't want to say it's boring. It's a very great little piece of kit. But here's my microphone, trusty microphone. This is Shure SM7B classic mic. Had it for a couple of years now, run a couple of sessions with it. Just never lets you down, man. It's a great mic. While we're over here, let's take a look. Here is my right JBL 308, and there's my left one with me. That's me. JBL LSR 308. Great little speaker. Had these for maybe 8 years, and they're the first monitors I bought. I tried to upgrade to the Yamaha HS5s with the sub, and maybe it's just because I'm so used to 8-inch woofers. I just didn't vibe with them. But yeah, so I still have these. You know, would I like to upgrade eventually? Sure, but you know, but let's move on to some other toys I've got lying around. Okay, so here is a microphone that I made out of an old, I made out of an old telephone. Got it at Goodwill. Very easy to do. You just take the leads out of the speaker here on this end, wire them out here, and you got yourself a mic, and it sounds super vibey, sounds very old school. Great effect. Here's some more toys. Okay, so here is, these are kind of fun. This is a module for learning signal flow. It's an educational module for learning signal flow. It's just an oscillator with pitch and volume, baby, and a button to trigger it. And got them at an estate sale of a music educator. I guess he's had them for a while because they don't make these anymore. IW Turner. Yeah, so have a number of these because I just couldn't help myself. There were a whole set of them for sale, and I tried to get one of each. Very pure when the battery is fresh, but man, does it grit up when the battery is dying. It sounds very cool. Very pure saw wave or square wave generators here. Great for sampling. Yeah, so I'm gonna move over this way. Here's my Microfreak. This camera is strange. It's the first time I'm using the camera on the iPad. I don't know why it's so zoomed in. Yeah, so this is a mess. This is I gotta fix it. Yes, cable management. This is how I manage my cables, or I don't manage them. This is where they live for now. I have a cork or a pegboard over there that I will eventually use. I'll hang them up, but I haven't gotten around to it. The moral of the story is I haven't gotten around to it. So if there's anything you want to ask about projects that I'm working on, I just haven't gotten around to it. Why haven't I cleaned my studio? I haven't gotten around to it. It's haven't gotten around to it studios. That's what we call it around here. So yeah, so haven't gotten around to cleaning this up, but I will. This is right here. It's my trumpet from when I was in high school. I used to play in the marching band. That was my trumpet. That is a valve trombone back there, and these are microphones that are handmade microphones. They're electric condensers, very lo-fi, but crispy. Like not like lo-fi as in like tape lo-fi, like tape, like more like no low end. It's like the opposite of tape. Kind of fun. I use those on one set to get noise from out my window. That's an accordion. I do not know how to play accordion, but I have gigged with it a couple of times. You never know when someone's gonna need an accordion, and you know, you gotta live sometimes. Sometimes when life gives you an accordion, you make bluegrass with it. That's what you do. Oh yeah, so here's a project. An old Pioneer reverb unit. It broke. It is broke. They're all broke. They're all broken. All of them. But I will get around to it eventually. Here's an old Pioneer receiver under this art here. Pretty cool art. Yeah, so here is my little gem organ. Man, this thing, it has a mind of its own. My girlfriend claims it is played itself before, and I trust her on that. I think it's cursed. I think this keyboard is cursed. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it sounds like an exorcism. So I'm gonna turn it on and let's see if it see what it does today. Back here. Oh God, where's the on button? I just had it a second ago. Edit this out. There we go. There it is. Can't do it left-handed. All right, are you gonna work for me? Yeah. So it's just a combo organ. Yeah, so it's a fun little organ. Got it. Goodwill. You'll find it. That's a trend around here. I get a lot of stuff at Goodwill. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a bit of a problem. But yeah, so here is the drum sounds from it. These things are awesome. This is one of the reasons I bought it. And one of the only things that really works with any consistency here. Alright, that's enough of that. But yeah. It decided to play nice today. But watch your back. Watch your back. It's out for you. So, what else we got here? Keyboard stands. Because that is what I do on the regulars. I gig with keyboards. So, yeah. I have a bunch of backups. They just pile on over the years. I can't get rid of them. What do you mean, get rid of them? What do you mean? They're still useful. Yeah. AKG C314 in this case. I could take it out of the case, but there is a Casio on top, which is one of the first keyboards I ever got. I remember playing this when I was a little boy, just a little baby, and it has battery. It does not. Nope. Nope, no battery. Ah, shut up, I lock. Yeah, so it's a fun little keyboard. I've been using a lot in conjunction with my iPad and koala sampler. It sounds very cool. I love little old keyboards, little toy keyboards. I'll show you. I have a whole collection of them in my closet. I'll get around to that in a little bit. But yeah, so this is my Wurlitzer. It's broken, it doesn't work, but it is a project. I'll get around to it. I'll get around to it. Studios Incorporated. It's a Wurlitzer 120. Same model that Ray Charles used on what I'd say a very interesting sounding keyboard. Doesn't sound like your normal Wurlitzer. But let me see if I can take some of this stuff off of here. Show you the Wurlitzer. Oh man, it smells like mold. It smells like mold gold, baby. Eventually you'll get it working. It needs new dampers, needs new everything. But it's a fun project. Work on it whenever I get the chance. I'll get around to it. What else? Oh yeah, that's my first keyboard I started learning on. I hoard everything. I keep everything. That's my problem. You know, wonder why my studio's not clean. It's because I keep everything. I don't throw anything out. I keep everything. Including my very first piano that I learned piano on. An old Yamaha. Never know when it might be vintage. It probably is already. It's from the early 2000s. I guess that's vintage now. But, yeah, so here's all my guitars. Do I ever gig guitar? No. No, I do not. I have them, and I love them. I play them in my room, in this room, but I do not gig with them. Very utilitarian guitar skills. I can play chords, do little riffs, and that's about it. But yeah, I've got a Tele, got a Yamaha Pacifica. This one's kind of interesting. This was my buddy's guitar, my buddy Teddy. Oh, you remember Teddy? Teddy Cosmo? That's his guitar. He bought that, and it turns out it was made by a local artist. Can't remember his name. Dunbar. Mickey Dunbar.
You can find Teddy Cosmo's CLOWNFEST set within my YouTube channel. Like I say, every set gets pushed to my YouTube channel. There is thousands of hours of music on my YouTube channel.
Mickey Dunbar made this guitar. And yeah, it was originally just meant to be an art piece, but I took it, I replaced these pickups with something from Guitar Fetish. My bass. I'm learning bass. Bass is a lot of fun. Highly recommend. Pick up a 5-string.
No! No!
I don't care if you don't know bass. Pick up a 5-string, learn it. It's fun. It's that's what bass sounds like. But yeah, but this one is the one. This is you know, there's a reason. They call these guys over here chilling out in detention. This guy gets the honor roll right here. This is a Harmony H75 from 1970. I found at Goodwill. Ding, 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 Goodwill for $15. I mean, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Only one of the pickups works. Right now, it's the neck pickup. Before it was the bridge. I think I'm going to change it back. But so much fun. It's just a great riffing machine. Great for getting ideas down. It's so gnarly. It's a very gnarly guitar. They sold these out of Sears catalogs back in the day. This was the flagship model from Sears at the time. But, you know, again, it's a work in progress. Like everything I own. Everything I own is a work in progress. But, yeah. This one's at least a playable work in progress. I can jam on it, and it's fun. Let's move over here. We're going in this direction. This is my CLOWNFEST setup for this time around. Just the trusty Electra BMX. What more do you need? It's beautiful. It's a work of art. I mean, just look at this thing. It's gorgeous. It's perfect. It's everything a guy could need right here. It's my drum machine. Very first drum machine I ever bought back in high school was a Corgi MX, and this is not that one. I still have that one lying around somewhere. It's somewhere, but this one I bought more recently. It's the exact same model. Yeah, so kept it simple this year. Just wanted to get reacquainted with the workflow and all that. And I'll be playing tomorrow, so join. You know, if you want to hear some pure Electribe madness, it's what it is. It's what I got going on. Kept it simple. Yeah, this is a clock.
What does it mean?
Here is my Kawai K12, which I've used on a couple of Mortal Molecule sets. Very vibey, digital synthesizer. I originally bought it to be a MIDI controller for my band I was playing with. And it was less expensive than their only actual MIDI controller that they had. So I was like, geez, it makes noise. I might as well buy it, you know? I might as well have this instead of a MIDI controller that doesn't make any noise. So, And that was a great idea because I've ended up really liking the sound of this keyboard. It's AM synthesis, additive AM. So unlike anything else I've got in my arsenal right now. So, and also it's got a joystick. Look at this thing. You know, it's meant to be joyful. And if it didn't have a joystick, you know, how are you supposed to have joy? How are you supposed to spark joy without a joystick? That's what these things are all about. It's like a video game. And up above is my Kawaii K3, which I also bought for use in my band, the Alpha Mega.
I want to hear that band so much. I really do. Your last band was fucking amazing.
Make organ sounds and pad sounds, you know. Does it sound like an organ? Kind of. It doesn't. It ain't no Hammond. I'll tell you that. It's no Hammond. But it got the job done. I ran it through trusty Chaos Pad KP3, chilling out on this box here. One of my oldest gear acquisitions. Had that since high school.
Yeah.
Still use it all the time, just not for this set. What else can I show you guys? I mean, let's see. Why don't we get a view of sunny Millvale, sunset over my tiny little town. But here is my synth closet. Just miscellaneous synths that I've collected over the years and use on occasion. So here's a Yamaha, what is it, PSS 440, something like that, 480, PSS 480. It's an FM synth that uses the same chip out of Sound Blaster computer chips. Back in the DOS era. That's when I started playing video games back then. Jazz Jackrabbit, any Jazz Jackrabbit fans? Jazz Jackrabbit. Tyrion 2000. Great little FM synth. I mean, it really is a synth too. I mean, it has parameters that you could control, and you know, it's basically a DX7. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's a DX7. Mini Brute, gigged with this for years. Man, this thing is fun. Knobbed for function, analog, mono synth. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. Do anything with that. This is microcord that I was donated to my buddy, and I've been trying to fix it, but haven't been able to fix it.
Look at the wear and tear on that microcorg. Gorgeous Warriors just said that dude has unreal skills on the keyboard. You can see it. Look at the keys. They're faded.
It probably has something to do with someone spray painting these keys. You know, I think that might have something to do with it. Eventually, I'll get that working, and I'll give it back so it can be donated to someone in need. Helping at. It's a local musical instrument donating service by my good friend Sherry. She's been running it since the pandemic. It's awesome. She does great work with the community. Down here, got us an Casio SK5, but it's the ConcertMate version. The ConcertMate 650. That's a fun little keyboard. Got an SK1 downstairs that I just found. Q at Goodwill. That's where I find everything. And I think this down here is my old Electribe. Nope. It's a melodica, baby. So that is my studio. At least the basics of it. I mean, if it was a little bit more organized, I could probably give you a better.
That was perfect, mate. That was perfect.
Structured tour of space. But this is all the stuff I use to make music. It's just little odds and ends, bits and bobs, and random shit. And you know I gotta give an extra special shout out to Mark Gardner, Pierrot the Acid Clown, you know, all the Unsigned Review Live people. You know, it's an amazing community, and really appreciate you guys letting me share my work, share my art, and this wonderful community you guys have made. So, really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, dude, don't thank me. I'm thanking you for being part of it. Without your content, I have nothing to show. And all of the people that are in Clown Army, again, we had this discussion in one of the CLOWNFEST chat groups earlier today. Everybody who is at CLOWNFEST is a talented artist, or you wouldn't be involved. It's that fucking simple. It really, really is. All I do is collate and host the show, and I ramble. So it is... Thank you all so much for being involved in CLOWNFEST, Clown Army, the URL, the whole fucking lot, the whole kit and caboodle. I am just going to show you a little bit of Mortal Molecule. This was his battle set for one of the CLOWNFESTs, for CLOWNFEST 5, so we're going back a little way. And if he's going to do the entire set on the EMX tomorrow, I can't fucking wait. Honestly, like I say, there's thousands of hours of music. There's 4 or 5 sets from this guy, and honestly, it just gets in there. You want to check him out ahead of tomorrow's show? Let me know. There's that. It just gets more and more intense as the set goes on. Like I said, he won this battle. Like I say, without your content, I have nothing to show, and this content is fucking amazing. Just gonna delve into Chris a little bit more. No, not that one, sorry. It's this one. There we go. There we go. Somebody was saying that this guy's got amazing... check this out. Just fucking check this out. What's got you feeling alright? This eternity you wear, 'cause you want to talk about the future. I simply am not. So if Chris, if you've got a new band, I want to hear them. I want to hear them. I'm not going to drift too long on here, but the sun will destroy us. Find a place to hide. There's nowhere to run. You fall, you bleed in and out, but in the end, it's not you who wins. In the end, it's not you who. mind when I saw this the first time. Talk about a fucking bunch of talented musicians. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Okay, so I am going to replay a tour now, and for a very good reason. I always like to honour people that have passed, and this is someone that passed not very long ago, and it was in grisly circumstances. So I am gonna replay this set in honour of Vutal. Sadly, she is no longer with us, and this is her studio tour from CLOWNFEST 11.
Hi CLOWNFEST 11, I'm Liara, and welcome to my studio tour. I also live here, so you'll have to excuse if it's a little messy, but let's get right to it. So when you first walk up, my corgi banner will show that we are a very queer household, and when you first open the door, you will almost always be greeted by an actual corgi whose name is Ein, and he's a very, very good boy. He's a sweetheart. But anyway, my philosophy when it comes to music and production is to have immediacy, and so all of my stuff I usually have plugged in and turned on, except for at nighttime because I need the darkness to sleep. But this setup is just a little bit of hardware stuff. Usually I am using it for my friends to come and jam and get a feel for what hardware feels like. I don't use a lot of these boxes anymore, but first up we have the Scorp Pyramid, which is this really awesome MIDI clip launcher, I guess you could call it, and also you can just like assign a bunch of different channels to it and run it out and really take control of a lot of your gear. It's got a decent sequencer as well and some really cool MIDI effects. Right now it's hooked up to this TB-03 because you can't really play a TB-03 super immediately, so this gives it a keyboard, which is nice. Speaking of the TB-03, it's the Roland Boutique version of the TB-303, which we all know and love. I kind of dislike this box, to be honest. I don't think it has a very good overdrive, and I don't really care for the way the accent sounds on it, but it is a nice box. Underneath it, I have the SH-101A, the SH-01A, which is the recreation of the SH-101. So again, something we kind of all know and love. I'm a Roland fangirl, I can't help it. I just really like the sounds, and I do have acid electro, so kind of makes sense. But this one has a really, really beautiful sound, and you can really tweak it nicely. Right now it's just on a preset so you can hear. And then it's running through this Allen & Heath Z12 Effects, which is a little live PA mixer. It has a couple nice little effects on it if you want to send it to that, and it has some cool routing capabilities as well. So like an alt out if you want to have like a sub with it, or right now it's just hooked up to these two M-Audio AV42s, which are pretty decent for little 4-inch speakers. They get pretty loud and they have a decent frequency response. The other box that I have on this immediate setup is the MC707, which is a groove box that has a lot of really cool capabilities. Again, I don't really use it these days, but you can make some fun sounds. Just an example. It's also got this like Ableton style clip launcher. Anyway, that's that setup there. And then we have my main music production desk and all my Foxes and my decorations. So I use Pro Tools as a DAW, and I'm kind of traditional in how I use DAWs in that I'm not using them honestly for a lot of their capabilities. I'm using it as a tape machine. And the reason I do Pro Tools is because it has really good automation recording. And the VSTs I use, I all map to the System 8. And so it's almost like I'm just playing hardware in a digital format because I'm still using all the hands-on stuff. And if they're like hardware sequencers, say if I'm like using a TR-808, I'm actually programming it on the 808 and then recording it as audio and then chopping the audio up instead of like using a piano roll. As far as routing goes for this computer, my interface, I have two of them. I use a Universal Audio X4 as my kind of hands-on. I can control how loud stuff is, and I can also do like a little dipping on it if I need to just like dim it for a second, or I can put it into mono because it's kind of a slave to the X16, which I'll show you in a second. The X4 has, I think, 4 ins and outs, and then it's got 2 DSP chips for Universal Audio's like proprietary plugins. which isn't very much. So in order to enhance that, I have a little Universal Audio Octo satellite, which gives me another 8 DST chips. And then down here is the big one, the X16, which has 6 DSP chips, really good converter. It's 16 ins and outs, and because it's Universal Audio, they make you buy all the cables yourself separately, which is really frustrating. But they're all on like kind of like a D-pin connector, so it's like 8 1/4" into this D-pin, and then you get 4 of those cables, and each one's like $20 because they like to price gouge you. So I have to set those up into this patch bay so that the patch bay can run stuff in and out, and then if I want to like hook a mixer up to it, I can do that as well. Audio output is all running into this DBX Drive Rack PA2, which I use because I set a crossover frequency between my subs and my tops. And also I can just like reach down at night and very quickly mute my sub and turn off the crossover, so then I can still use my monitors and have a frequency response that's decent. Speaking of monitors, I use these JBL 308P Mark IIs, which are really nice. They've got a really good sound quality and character to them. And then the sub is a JBL 310S. And then that's my desktop. She's a big boy. She's got an i9-11900K, a NVIDIA GTX 1080, 16 gigs of RAM, which I need to upgrade, and then a 1 terabyte SSD NVMe drive. Next on this rack unit is the Motu MIDI Express XT, which is got 8 MIDI channel in and outs, as well as like software that you can route it so that your computer can be talking to everything, so you can really sync everything up and have clock sync and record MIDI if you want to. So that's really nice. I don't use it a lot, but it's there, it's available. Again, I use the System 8 as my controller. I don't use it as a synth because I have the VST version of it, so I don't need to use the hardware version of the synth. So everything is basically just digitized onto the System 8, and I can use all the parameters to control whatever I need to control and have all my boxes and hardware that I would usually have in my computer, and then have full control over how I record the automation, which is really, really nice. For DJ equipment, I have 2 Pioneer XTJ 1000 Mark IIs. They're really, really nice. They're not too expensive, and they don't have all the bells and whistles of the CDJ 3000s, but I honestly don't need a lot of those features, so that's cool. I keep everything pretty well hooked up, and I'll just play you a quick little track so you can see what it sounds like. This is one of the ones I made. It's on an EP called When an Angel Takes Acid, and the song title is literally just some fucking bleep bloops. But it is attached to the Zone 92, which I love. My main feature that I love about the Zone 92 is its filters and the LFO that you can attach to the filters to get some really cool movement, and it just sounds really nice. The analog stuff that I like to use for vinyl, I have Tech 1200 Mark IIs. I want to get a DVS set up someday, but I don't have one yet. We'll fix that eventually. Once again, those are all my foxes, because I'm a fox. I'm also a goddess, which is why I have an altar, which is right here. My space, I really like aesthetics. It makes creation a lot easier, and it makes just feeling comfortable. And speaking of feeling comfortable, here is my bed, which leads us to another thing I've been working on. I'm trying to create a completely mobile setup where I don't need to have power. I can just go out somewhere and put everything in a suitcase and jam. Right now it's hooked up to this KC400, which is a nice little keyboard amp that's got some decent like 4-channel capability mixing, and it has a good sound profile. But what's really special about this setup is everything runs off battery, and I don't need any kind of power source, and I can just jam. So
yeah, mini rigs like that are really important, I think.
P8, which is a bunch of the different Roland drum sounds. I think it's the 808 kick, the 606 hats and snare, and then a 909 clap, and I can't remember what the tom is from. I think it's 808 tom. And then it also has a TB03 in it, and it's honestly the best TB03 emulation that I've heard Roland make. It's
hearing her say that made me want to get one.
Next to it is the S1, which is a better version of the SH101 because it's got 4-voice polyphony and a couple new wave shapes, as well as the ability to draw in some wave shapes, which is really cool. And you can have up to 8 lanes.
Yes, indeed, Jack Guardini.
Motion recording, which is really cool. So you can go ahead and make all your tweaks to your ADSR or your envelope or your filter and have it recorded, which is really nice. Next to that is the E4, which is like a 30-second looper through whatever's on your mic in. It's also a voice tweaker, so kind of like the V4. It's got a vocoder, an auto harmonizing function. And
it is a looper as well.
Function, and then a really cool scatter effect, which can like, chop your voice up or whatever your sample is. And then the looper is, like I said, 30 seconds, which is really nice. And these are all attached to this MIDI Solutions Quadra Through. It's a 1-in, 4-out box. I don't have it pictured here, but I've also got the J6, which is the basically Juno compact. It's not really great as a synth because you can't change any of the parameters very well, except for like the filter and the envelope and the resonance. But hey, that's cool with me. It's nice to just have a little chord machine to play some backing stuff with. But that's all being controlled, you know, by my iPad. And then I also use this keystep to be able to have a keyboard to play into. And those are all running into the Volt 2. So I have that as my MIDI in and out, as well as my audio in and out, which is attached to the iPad. And I use Roland Zenbeats. Once again, I'm kind of a Roland fangirl, but this program is really, really well done. It has Ableton style clip launcher or a traditional DAW timeline. But you can just like have it launch your clips and control the MIDI for your boxes. So let me play this real quick. And then while that's all going, I can just like be free to tweak. So yeah, that is my studio, and I'm really happy to show it all to you, and I hope you enjoyed this tour. If you're ever in the States and in Iowa City specifically, come say hello. I would love to have you over and make music with you. And my puppy would also like to say hello. But take care, CLOWNFEST.
Your memory will live on, Vutal. It is a shame when we lose people. And I noticed a few people in the comment section were like, yeah, I read about this and it's grisly. It is grisly. I don't know the full ins and outs about it. What I want to celebrate is her life and her music and, you know, all those things that made her who she was. So, Vutal, you will live on through the CLOWNFEST, through my YouTube page and your YouTube page, and I will continue to honor you in the future as well. That's Vutal, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I'm sorry to bring it down a little bit. But yeah, I would like to honor her memory by doing that, and I think it's important that we do that. Yeah. So, fallen comrades. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so next up is DJ Prism, who you can catch on Saturday at... Oh, no, wait, hold on. Is it Saturday? Yeah, he's going live. Saturday at 20 to 6. Jonathan Prism Warren, I believe it is. And, yeah. So, take it away.
Hi. It's Mr. Jonathan Warren, DJ Prism here. As you can see, I'm going for the Joe Ferragni Hulk look with my hair today. Seems to be a bit of a new thing. I think I'm just going to keep growing it, to be honest, and I'm going to grow my beard back again for the winter and just turn into some kind of hobo type looking person. Probably shouldn't say words like that. I don't know. Anyway, I said it now. Fuck it. This is my studio tour. This is my little look I've got going on here. And what I'm going to do with my studio tour, I'm going to flip the camera around, just show you what it looks like in this room. It's quite a cool room, to be fair. It's up in the eaves of the house. And then I'll probably spend about 10 minutes just sort of chopping some beats, because that's kind of what I do. So I'm going to flip this around, so just grab this camera and then show you what I've got here. So this is that's my work computer over there. Got a set of record decks set up, 1210s, classics, and then this is me studio space. So I've got an Oxygen 8 keyboard, don't use that very much. I've got PreSonus 3.5 monitors. I've got the PreSonus audio box, PreSonus headphones. I've got the TD3MO, the famous
fucking awful box.
To use the TD3MO. I've also got an Epicenter dub siren, which is really good fun. Down here I've got a nice big, can't really see it very much from there, it's not a good picture of that, but anyway, got a nice big subwoofer, just to, can't really make jungle without a great big subwoofer, can you? Got to have a bit of anyway, so that's what it looks like in here. What I'm going to do is just give you a quick nose around the actual door itself, because to be honest, I do pretty much everything in the box. The only stuff that I don't do in the box is relatively new. Got TD3 MO for Christmas, and I've got the dub siren about 2 months ago. So this will be my first in the CLOWNFEST. It will be my first opportunity to actually show these off and use them. So what I'm going to do now is just load up. I'm going to use FL Studio for this because I can, basically. I find it is the easiest door to literally just smash stuff together very quickly. So I'm just going to go with one headphone.
Fruit Loops was actually the first door that I looked at. Then I looked at Reason, then I looked at Cubase, and then I settled on Ableton. Again, everybody bashes Fruit Loops. Who gives a fuck? If you can get good results out of Fruit Loops, fucking use it. If you can get good results out of Rebirth, fucking use that. Who cares?
Here, and then knock up some stuff. So you can see the door. You've got screen on the left, screen on the right here. So I've got my mixer channel, the rack itself, and then I've got my playlist over on this side here. So the first thing I'm going to do is open up SliceX. A lot of people don't actually use this, think it's a bit of a shit sampler. I think it's good personally. I enjoy using this. It's nice and easy. I'm going to load up a sample. Now where I'm going with this, let me just quickly go into here. Not that one, sorry, wrong one. Let's go up to tunes. Let's go for quick. There we go. Got a little Ray Keith. I've done it again, and I got a little Ray Keith that I'd chopped about. So I'm just going to quickly change this to 165. Which is sort of 160, 165. It's a nice jungle speed.
Good BPM
sample. Oh, is it a bit wrong? Here we go. Right, 165. So what I'm going to do is just change that, put it up on channel 5, so it doesn't interfere there. Move it across here. Got this set up for step pattern, so you can see where I'm going with this. Different sounds that are in there. Okay, so that is quite simply a classic. Let's just play it around. Classic Ray Keith Arm in Jungle. Okay.
Slice to MIDI. Ableton could do that.
What I'm going to do is just expand this out a little bit and just show
I agree, 30K.
This is how it's already chopped the arm into nice little spaces, which is quite handy. So what I'm going to do is just kind of move this around a little bit so that I'm showing you a slightly different variation on the actual pattern that's already there, and then kind of give you a little demo around kind of using it. So it's 7. Go there. So just kind of chuck this together. So this is just like slight variation. Not really done much to it. Just kind of removed a little bit of the ticker and thrown in some of the bigger beats. Okay, so this now, as you kind of, it's got a bit of a prism jungle sound to it. So we're just going to chuck this over here.
Technomatic, good evening.
Mode. Quickly stick this over here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Actually, no. I'll tell you what. Let's get rid of that bit there. Go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to stick in a second beat as well. So let's just clone that, and clone it one more time. So it's patterns 1, 2, 3, 4. So pattern 2. I'm just going to do a quick change around with pattern 2, so that it's got a little bit more variety to it, which I'll stick in on the 4th bar. And then I'll do the same again with pattern 3, and then pattern 4 I'm going to make a bit of a sort of, hopefully make a bit of a dubsteppy sound to it, and then kind of throw it in that way.
Hey, Tony Ryan!
Okay, so
welcome to the party.
So
happy birthday for yesterday, fella. I did give you a shout out.
This mode here. So what I'm going to do with pattern 2 is go back to step, and I'm going to take out that one there, go to here, stick that in there, do that here as well. So we've got the I'll get that a bit more ticker. Okay, so if I just show you the pattern here, so that's a little bit of variety there. Let's go back to the bar, stick this in at the end of this line here, and then I'm going to go to pattern 3. I'm going to chuck that bit out there, go there, stick this back to step, and this will be the noise at the end wherever it is. There you go, stick that in there. And just give a little bit of variety to the beat itself, and then you can potentially sort of duplicate that round so that you've got a bit of a pattern. Easy, nothing complicated going on here at all. But it's just a little demo here. Now what I'm now going to do, I'm going to go up to pattern 4, and I'm going to change the deal with this altogether. So I'm going to go back to my step, but let's get rid of that, move that to, I'm going to take that bit off, and just stick that there, and go that one there. So, no, let's not do that, let's go with that. Stick that one in there. Okay, so this is just a little bit of variety. So what I'm going to do is just stick this in as a little bit of an intro. So put that back to bar, and go step, stick that in there. And if I go to my mixer, so I've got this on channel here, I'm going to stick in a nice bit of reverb. Let's just chop this here. Sounds rubbish, doesn't it? Right, yeah, that'll do. Right, okay, and then we want that coming off of there as well. So tools. Okay, automation. Let's stick that in there. We'll have that disappear so that it's only there for the intro. Get rid of that. Don't want that in here. And right. Go back to here. So that's fine. Oh, and just quickly, I want to get rid of that, and we'll clone this one as well, and go pattern 5. So swap these around. Let's go to here. Oops, getting rid of the wrong bit there. Okay, let's move that to there. Step. Put that in there, and then pattern 4, get rid of that one. That's pattern 4, and then go pattern 5 up there, and then if I go back into song mode, I should. Let's go back to step. There's too much there. That's on pattern 4, same again there. Let's double the length of this then. Okay, right, so sorry, just narrowing away there. Stick in some bass, just to give you a quick demo here. So Serum, I'm actually going to use a bit of a cheeky one. So this is Serum presets. I don't know whether so I'll go for this Death Reese here, and I'm just going to drop the cut off because it gives it a better sound. Take that up to number 6 here, and then. Oh, let's have a look. Let's go for a new pattern and put that there. F2, slow sub, there we go. Have that in there, G.
I actually really like this because it's construction of tracks.
I'm going to stick in another synth as well here. I'm going to stick to just use Serum. I know lots of people say, yeah, Serum, easy to use. Let's have a look. I'll go for one of them. Let's have a look. What's that sound like? No, not that one. Okay, go back to my pattern, stick this in here. And then back to the Reese and 7. Pop in another bit of as long as that do 6, 7. Why not? Why not? Right, so that goes up to there. And we go back down to this one. Sorry, nattering away to myself here like a rambling madman. So look.
What does it sound like?
Right, let's just have a
Hell of a hum you got going on there.
In here. I don't know how long I've been talking for. Let's have a quick shift across here. How long have I been? 12 minutes. Right, so I'm nearly up to me 15 minutes. Let's just stick that in here.
Where'd the hum come from?
Just very quickly give this a test.
Hold on, is it you?
So,
no, it's not, it's me.
Look.
A weird hum coming from somewhere. I think it's the boiler. Yeah, that escalated quickly. Sliders on, mate.
Well, I'm going to stop there because that takes me up to 14 minutes 31 seconds. That is a very quick insight into the Studio Prism. I'm gonna, like I say, I'm gonna stop there. If anyone wants any tips around the sort of jungle format, chopping drums, stuff like that, just give me a shout, let me know. That's me, that's what I do, have a bit of fun. Anyway, take care.
You know, the 7 minutes or so of all coalesced right at fucking minute 12, and it was well worth the fucking wait. Great little insight into how Prism works. I might do some sort of something along these lines, like a I don't know, a 20-minute against the clock kind of thing. Build a track and film it. I think that might be an idea for a CLOWNFEST. So like you get, I don't know, you get 10 minute, no, I don't know. Yeah, about 15 minutes to make the track, and then 5 minutes to play it. So you're getting 20 minutes there. I think that's a good idea. I'd also like to bring the battles back. But anyway, Jonathan, thank you for giving me some ideas. Jonathan has actually joined the admin team at the URL. He wants to get a promotion team up together. So if you have any skills in making videos, memes, Photoshop, Blender, then get in touch with Jonathan, because we would really like to have you all on board. We've got a few people in that chat group at the moment, and it can only get better. Skiz, yeah, we'd love to have you contribute, mate. That would be awesome. So yeah, thank you very much, Jonathan. Let's see who is up next. You can catch Jonathan going live at 5:40 on Saturday, and I'm really looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that. Okay, who is up next?
Hi.
Geek and Gear.
Me and in my home studio. Is it rebuilt? Looks like new. No, not at all. See this Jespers. No cables in here, just an empty 6-tier Jespers stand. What did I do? Why did I even say, well, let's make a studio tour or even a set? When at the same time I want to rebuild everything and, you know, the usual family issues in between. Well, have fun with the tour of my former studio. You will see the world of Kyra. I definitely go send this back. It's still here, but in the next room. Yeah, and now my past me will talk to you in another video, and I think I will cut it a little bit down. So have fun.
You can catch Geek and Gear.
Hey, future me again. And a blank screen.
On Friday.
The original
at 6
audio
o'clock.
was a little bit boring, so I decided to do a live overdub of this video. Well, what should happen, huh? There you see the world of Kyra and a lot of other gear.
Oh.
And I was not sure at this moment if the Kyra is a keeper or not.
Jesus,
Things
mate.
sorted out, I will get another things. Wait for me at CLOWNFEST 15 to show my rebuild studio. Usually I use the World of M at this place. It's my only wavetable since it sounds brilliant, and I want to upgrade this to 16 voices. You see the DRM1, my first drum machine, which I do not use that often because I forgot to cable it on the back, and I was too lazy to tighten the screws. To loosen the screws and tighten again. The World of M does not have any effects, so it's usually going to a Space Cat audio filter phase and a Kilpatrick audio redux. Here is my main mixer, which is a Q-Pack. It's a compromise of space. Usually I would prefer more hands-on, and it is what it is. The world of Streichfett, I'm not sure if I keep this either, having polythins and But the Fusion box, is this a keeper? It's a beast at least, and I'm not able to tame it. It's actually it is too far off my hands to make the most out of it, and rewiring and rebuilding the studio will hopefully fix this issue. I would like to use it more. Look at this fancy tube.
No worries, Fly. Thanks for joining us.
Of course, you need this in your studio. Yeah. Look at my tube. My tube is amazing. So, do you recognize the SP16 Pioneer DJ to Rise series.
I'm
not a
just
sample guy.
I'm just going to stop this here. I met this guy at Super Booth. God, 2018, 19, I think it was. We went around Super Booth, drank, and it was a great fucking day. I am so shocked at the kit that he has. He seems to keep himself to himself like a lot. So, which is why I've not seen this kit. But fucking hell, he's got some awesome kit.
But this sounds super dope, and for one-shot samples, if I want to fire it, the pads are great, and I use it as a filter on my drum sounds, usually on all of my drum sounds. Speaking of filters, behind there is the Iodine Core 4 from NIIO Analog, which is for my kick and my bass synths only. It adds a nice saturation. I love this FET transistor setting saturation on my kick drum, and side chaining by turning one knob. Super hands-on, super good sounding. I love it. I really love it. So here's another filter. It's I think it's the most precise filter of all filters I've got, the Shipman Ebon Flute. Unfortunately, it's a mono filter, or you can use a dual mono, but there are two different filter characteristics. Would love to have a second one, but man, they're pricey, and I love the sound. It has a super nice saturation. The all-pass filter gives a nice phasing effect if you want. And I should sample this thing more, but I'm not a sample guy. I have to force myself more into samples, I guess.
I know the feeling.
My end of chain effect is the octa track, where the drum and the melody is separated and goes into there. I use it for transitions, recording a loop, and use the fader to switch between the live audio and the looped audio. And the octa track goes straight into the OTO boom for compression and saturation, giving it the last punch. And this goes back into my mixer, but it's, I don't know, actually I could direct plug it into the monitors. Here you see the Grenadier RA9. It's a kind of one-trick pony for vowelly acid sounds. It simply sounds amazing. And here is this all of one that can do it all, one of the most precise techno-based synthesizers I found, the Pulse 2.
Catch you later, point 2.
As analog.
See you tomorrow for the first day of the music.
Or was affordable. This is a really great one. Super precise. Hey, my sequencer, the Squab Apex. It used to be my main sequencer for all the stuff, for all my stuff, but I don't like it for drums, so I keep this for simply sequencing polysynths, and it's coupled with another sequencer you'll see in a moment. So here is one of my most used drum machines, the Jomox Alpha Bass.
I remember him talking about this.
Sounds amazing. It's again sample based, and I use mostly the stock samples of this machine, which are okay, but I wish I was a sample guy. And this is my favorite bass synthesizer. It's not that precise. It's dirty, it's raw, it's industrial. It's the Polybox Pro. It has the kind of edge. It has a famous filter. It's and it has an issue.
Like literally,
sometimes it drops really low in frequency, and I don't know if this is a defective MIDI cable or if the synth has a defect. I hope not. Yeah, I really love it. Even for acid sounds, I can really make good acid. Oh, there's my promised other sequencer, the famous Sequentix Circlone. Yeah, I was on the waiting list and finally it's here. I'm able to unify all my drum sequencing, the alpha bass. I could even sequence the Pioneer to Rise with it, which I haven't done yet. All my monosynths are running through there. I love this editing for monosynths on this machine. And another high-class machine behind there is the Vertice from ESL. Another filter, again, it's a stereo filter or 3 mono filters in row. It has a super nice saturation, it has 2 filter characteristics, switchable. Everything feels sturdy, big, and it's just a lot of fun to turn those knobs and flip those switches. It's a big boy.
Welcome to the party, Caleb.
I have to say. And yeah. So I said I don't like sample-based drum sounds, so I went for the techno system.
Absolutely,
and
EMK.
Heavily modified it. First of all, I ripped off the drum
control machine, yes,
and put the Circlone modules into, which gives
the
me
accent
more space
fits with the gear so well.
With something else, and is way more flexible than the old sequencer and integrates better with other MIDI sequencing, especially muting, and so can everything done from a center sequencer. I replaced several modules, especially the toms, the snare, and the kick. I didn't like the snare. The kick. You can get the same 99 kick sounds from a WMD Crater. And here you see my main output from Bifaco and WMD muscle compressor next to it. This replaces the Lynx module, which is basically in the original system just 5 attenuators of a signal, and you need an external mixer or external headphone solution, I don't know how to call it. So there's no headphone jack in the original techno system.
Ether Element, welcome to the party.
Yeah,
kicking things off tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Go-to machine, and this is my centerpiece. So, and for acid, my acid is there hidden under the desk.
Zox?
The Bassline 3 from Acid Lab.
Oh, okay.
Which is a 303 clone. And next to it is the boom bass, which is modified 303 with a second oscillator, ring mode options, LFOs, but no inbuilt sequencer. I use this Bassline 3 to sequence this one and to have played the same acid line twice. But sorry, not in my jam for this CLOWNFEST. Yeah, but you hear it on other recordings from me. And last but not least, my effects, pedalboard, some Moga Fogers, another filter which I use as a high-pass filter for the lead synthesizer, and a hidden patch bay
Neon.
where I put all my effects, so that I can easily connect any monothins to my effects.
I do hope
And
that
please
it's
notice
footage
the
of him
background
actually
PT
like twisted
delay,
knobs.
which
I do
is
hope.
the red box, and it's a very nice sounding delay. Yeah. All those gear I've got, I want to unify in one Jesper stand. As you have seen, it's here, but it's still empty. Yeah, maybe next CLOWNFEST, next studio tour, you will see everything again. So thanks a lot, guys and gals, and have a nice time, and I wish you a great CLOWNFEST. Thank you. Bye bye.
Fucking hell. Dark Horse. Again, somebody who's been in the army for a long time is just starting to put things in for CLOWNFEST, which is fucking brilliant. And that tour, oh my god. You know when you walk into that room, it's just like walking into a showroom. You know, those synths were pristine. There's no dust on them. Like, I'm ashamed for you to see some of my gear right now. But no, seriously, fucking hell, what a studio. Yeah, you can catch Geek and Gear. I've lost him. There we go. 6 o'clock on Friday. I'm so pumped for this set. Like I say, I hope it's pictures of him tweaking that. Right, we got 2 tours left. Who is up next? One of my favourite sets from last CLOWNFEST. Oh my god, Gorgeous Roy just fucking smacked it out of the park. He really did. So this is a tour from Gorgeous Roy. This is where his magic happens.
Good evening, clowns. Welcome to CLOWNFEST 13. This is the studio of Gorgeous Roy, aka Leroy Marsh. As you can see, it's not a pretty studio. It's absolute chaos, but it's kind of reflective in the music that I produce. I'll just go through all my equipment, and then I'll give you a quick demonstration of how I kind of integrate them to try and build a track. So first of all is my Korg Triton Extreme 88 fully weighted keys, and it's got a lovely sound to it, but it's the action that I like, because I tend to really smack this around a bit, probably too much. My E button is gone and has my touch screen as well. They are going to get repaired, but it's just getting round to it. The way I circumnavigate not having the E is I just play in F minor, E flat, B flat, and I've worked my way up to D minor, so I can get away without playing an E, which is pretty good. Moving on is a Pro 1. I have had this for about 2 years now, and I only recently took it back out of its box about a month and a half ago. The reason being, it was too clever for me, and you know, I'll just turn up a bit. So I'm controlling this through my monologue, and what I do, I use a sequencer from the monologue to get those kind of stabs and things, and obviously got my cut-offs and resonance and filter.
It's getting late. This is the second day. I am
very,
you know, it's getting late.
Adventurous at the moment because my knowledge is pretty small, but it will do. What else have we got over here? So this is my Crave. This triggers everything, all my Behringer stuff. So at the moment, hang on.
That's such a gorgeous Roy sound.
I've got a little track up here, and I'll just trigger this now. Just cancel some of these. So this is my newest acquisition. This is another Edge that I've used for basically my backbeats. I put them underneath the breaks and the major beats. And now I've got two of them, and it's fucking excellent. Don't know if you can hear that. Yeah, it's still there. So in the background we've got a sample of a radio show from the 1950s called Strange Tales. So at the moment I've just got the I've just got the two edges going. I'm going to add a bass beat now with the Pro one. TD3 over here, this will come in a bit later. The RS at the moment, I've run out of inputs for my studio, but I mainly use this for the vocoder and as a MIDI keyboard to input into my studio one. So take this off, hang on. So if I'm building a track, I will generally, what will I generally do? I start off with a sample, just something, turn that down again, keep you on. This just gives me some texture to work on. Give me a second. So now I'll play a drum beat, hang on. So I normally have a loop bass line to start off with, and afterwards I'll go over it again. So at the moment we've got the two edges going. We'll bring in the TD3. So the filter on the TD3 is being controlled by the LFO modulator on the Crave. So now I'll bring in everything else. Just stop that again.
Mr. Spock, welcome to the show.
And generally this is what it sounds like.
I'm actually working through the Star Trek universe now.
Together this morning, so
chronological order.
It's not great.
I'm up to the original series.
But it'll give you an idea.
I want an edge.
Kind of
I want an edge so much.
It's a more jazzy, swingy groove. A bit like All Seeing Eye or Fatboy Slim or something like that. I do like to wind my waist when I'm doing it. Then afterwards, I'll see if I can do it properly. Hang on. You see that? So now what I'll do is I'll just add a bit of keyboard. Basically, yeah. Whoop, am I upside down here? God knows. So yeah, this is how I kind of build my tracks, but then I'll procrastinate and like think about shit for ages, which is why my CLOWNFEST set isn't finished yet. This is Saturday and it goes live next week. But anyway, hopefully this gives you a good idea of, well, a little idea anyway of what I do. My redundant kit at the moment that I'm not using, I've got one Crave up there, and I've got an RD9 which has got a power supply issue.
Oh.
And this finger here, which is my SY77. If you're going to play the keyboard and you're not quite sure what keyboard to get, if you can pick these up now relatively cheaply, and it's got
we start at 5 tomorrow, Jordan.
For a beginner to intermediate, and you can really smash this. Chick Corea used to love these in the about 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and they are really good. A bit of a bitch to program, but the sounds you can get out of it are amazing. I don't really use it anymore, to be honest. It's still here. If anyone wants to make me an offer, you're more than welcome. But I might just clean it up, integrate it, and then pretend I'm Howard Jones. Anyway, this has been Leroy Marsh. This has been my CLOWNFEST studio tour. So, yeah, that's really it. Let's turn some of this down. See if I can play it with one hand.
Everyone says I hate piano. I don't. Listen to this. There's spirit, there's soul in it.
Oh. Sorry, just jerking off. Anyway, hope you all have a good CLOWNFEST set and enjoy it. Big up everyone who's involved, everyone who's watching, and everyone who will be watching. Love you all. Take care.
Gorgeous, Roy. Oh, yeah, jerk away, fella. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to do this.
Greetings and good morning, sir. How are you today? I only need 2 minutes and then I'll go away. I'm selling double glazing, giving discounts in your area. They're built to size and keenly priced and made in West Bavaria. We have a special offer if you sign a deal today. £100 deposit is all you'll have to pay. With hopeful eyes he looked at me and tried to flash a smile. I watched while and put him up and waited for a while and said, I don't want to sound confrontational, but fuck off.
Sorry, I'm adjusting the sound levels really badly.
You're right there, Sir Larry, I'm not looking for a fight. I'm really softly spoken and I'm terribly polite. I don't want to buy your products, I don't want to save my soul. I'm sending out a message and it's leave the fuck alone. Only yesterday a lady with a timid sort of knock, a high-vis and a clipboard and a small collection box. She signed up donations for some 4 random pets for only £20 a month. She'll take them to the vets.
Gorgeous Roy.
Instead I offered her advice to lubricate her clogs. Why don't you feed all the cats to all the fucking dogs? Why don't you feed all the cats to all the fucking fucking dogs. I don't wanna sound confrontational. Fuck off. I don't wanna sound confrontational. But fuck off. I don't wanna sound confrontational. But fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Like I say, that in my top 5 sets for CLOWNFEST. For a couple of days, it was number 1, and then Matthias Soccer came on, and then someone else, and it was just, oh yeah, Roy, I loved your set, just fucking amazing. You can catch Roy at 20 to 10 on Thursday, and to say I'm looking forward to that is a fucking understatement. Okay. We come to the last tour of the day. Now, I didn't think we were going to get past a 2-hour show. We are now 2 hours, 59 minutes and 16 seconds deep into the show, which I'm very shocked about. We only had like 12 tours in, and somehow we've managed to squeeze over a 3-hour show out of it. And the next tour is an hour long. We know Synthetic's got a lot of synths, but I was not expecting an hour. I'm not too sure we're going to get through the entire hour of this, because, like I say, I didn't expect to get past 2 hours in a show anyway, and we're now 3 deep. Yeah, an hour long. Sibby's first draft was an hour long as well. Enjoy my kitchen sink tour shot after 3 a.m. I still haven't slept. Oh, Synthetic, I want to play the whole thing. I really do, but I'm not sure I can take it. We're, like I say, 4 hours is a long time. I did 3 yesterday, 6 tonight, you know, and most of you guys have been here enjoying me through the whole thing. Anyway, shall we get into your tour? But like I say, I'm not too sure we're gonna play the whole hour. Oh, Mystic. Oh, maybe we've got. Hold on a sec. I counted wrong. I'm so sorry. Whew. Mystic Frequencies.
Okay, this is Mystic Frequencies tour video number 3. Adding in some of the latest stuff here. Some speakers. Here's our big console that's going into the control room soon. Finally dug it out of the road case. It's really big and really heavy. 40 channels. About everything you could think of. It's a Soundcraft K2. Got MIDI. What a good key mixing console. And over here is the Rhodes 54. Just the ideal Rhodes when you move them around. Small and doesn't weigh that much.
Third tour. Oh, loud.
Speakers. Here is the Yamaha HX1, which is a FM and PWM hybrid. It is capable of 16 operators per algorithm, which is quite a bit more than the DX7 and the DX5 and the DX1 had. There's our Tascam Model 24 utility mixer. We use it for recording jams and compositions and things. It is currently recording the audio, except for my mic here I'm speaking into. Now, come around here to the Open Labs Neko. Open Labs had this idea long ago, and they made the Miko also, of putting a PC and all the stuff you'd connect for music to that PC all together in one keyboard. And it was really great for a while, but you know, technology, it just surpassed it right on by. But for a long time, it was actually a pretty popular unit.
Listen to those arms. Technomatic is not impressed.
That's that. Novation Base Station 2. Gotta have it. Great machine there. And up here, world's biggest MIDI controller. Hooked up to the Base Station 2. It's actually meant to be played with mallets, like a marimba or a xylophone. Korg monologue, small but powerful. It's actually a really cool little unit there. Here is my Yamaha PS55, which was actually bought brand new at the same time from the same place when I bought my first synthesizer in 1984.
I was 8.
It's actually really good for a Casio all-in-one type of keyboard. Down here is the Mystic Frequency Spectrum synth. Handmade by myself over several months. It's designed to literally run and play and merge anything. VSTs to MIDI to whatever. The bottom keyboard, I don't have a sound set up, but they're playing this VST here. This keyboard, I have it wirelessly connecting to the Studio Electronics MIDI Moog. The MIDI Moogs are literal Model Ds in a rack case with additional LFO, MIDI, and a few other features you didn't get with the Model D. They literally took the boards out of a Model D and put them in this to make these. Quite unique. MS-2000, which I think we've covered before previously.
I've got one.
It's a great unit too.
I'm not so keen.
24 going on 25 years old, and it still holds its own.
Yeah.
YK3M. More modules. Roland D110, Emil Percussion, Proteus 1, 2, and 3. And they're all the expanded XR memory units. Up here, Holly Brute. Really good keyboard right there. Here are Oberheim Perf X units. There's 5 of them in the series. The strummer plays the MIDI into it. It literally will strum your chords to make it sound like you're playing a guitar. So if you connect that to something that makes a good guitar sound, that's really something. The Cyclone, which was probably the most popular one, is an early pseudo AI sequencer that can play riffs and sequences, arpeggiate and all of that based on what you're playing, and it'll kind of make it up based on settings you preset into it so it stays within your rules. Drummer is kind of like the Cyclone in that it does the same thing, but you hook it to a drum machine and it'll play patterns and things along with what you're doing. The Navigator, now that was an interesting box. You could set it up to basically you play a note and that note could change a patch or change a cutoff. It's literally a MIDI, almost like a MIDI changer, if you will. You could take any MIDI message, control, change, pitch, bend, notes, and tell it when it sees that message to do something else. Output, say, you hit a patch number and it outputs a whole bunch of different data to set up keyboards, or you play a specific note and it changes the cutoff or something. Pretty versatile. A systemizer, not so useful today. It's basically a MIDI router, but in conjunction with these, it's probably still pretty useful. Here is the Conductive Labs Noodler. This here is a generative box. You can set up certain chords or progressions, and based on your playing and the buttons you push, it will generate MIDI output, which you connect to various keyboards and things, and you can do self-generating music. Beauty of it is you can do it live based on what you play in real time. And Sonic Fismo, old but still a very cool sounding keyboard. The fancy light strip didn't come with it. That's a little thing I found on eBay. Oberheim OBX8. Nice having aftertouch on an OB that emulates all of the old, blasting everything because it's not set up for anything right now. This is the Weston Pro 2021, which was a kit. I had to build this. It's a literal Pro 1 clone, true to the circuitry. Matrix Brute 2, which, believe it or not, has a really good aftertouch. Deluge, which can do a lot of things. I have it set for drums here. Innovation Peak, which we're all familiar with. Yamaha RX-5. Roland TR-8S. Then drum.
Anyway.
It's the Marauder Nova. Which is definitely 70s and 80s. All the sounds in it are Giorgio Moroder. Oh, turn the volume up. It works better. And up here, Innovation Summit, which we've covered before.
Mystic Frequencies, do you have an Andromeda A6 in your collection?
The original.
Oh, this is just part of the studio, Mr. Spock. Like literally part of the studio.
16 voices on the original.
It's insane.
Quantum. How do you like that? Pretty neat. That's all through a operating system update. These were 8-voice originally.
More normal.
I have to back out for this one because it's really big. That is the Schmidt 8-voice, which is probably the modern day mother of all synthesizers nowadays, which does way more than I'll ever tackle. Right now I've set it up to basically make thunderstorm sound.
Mystic Frequencies. Oh, that is a shame.
The lights change to what you're doing.
Can you do me like a quick demo on the A6? I've lusted after one for forever, and is it worth getting one?
Change. I just can't remember how to do it. Now these, turn them on so they can warm up because they are full of vacuum tubes. They're so old. Those are from about 1958 to about early 60s. These are audio generators. They're test equipment. And they're really good for doing drone sounds. This is the fun knob.
Absolutely, Mr. Spock.
There's that. Teisco S60P, their smallest preset keyboard. Factory Aftertouch, licensed by ARP. The S110F Teisco. Some people say they sound thin. I beg to differ. Below it, Teisco SX400, which is 4 oscillator synth. And the second one that I have. Here is the Moog Thera Mini, which we're all familiar with, one of several they've made. Here's the Teisco S60F. Below it, the Teisco 100F, which I don't have hooked up right now, and its Kawai counterpart 100F. Teisco was bought out by Kawai in the late 1960s, so for a while you could find keyboards with either name on them, which brings us to this here, Teisco SX240, and its Kawai counterpart, which was my first synthesizer. You can see I had a lot of fun with the buttons, just making them different colors and things.
Yes, EML sounds all hooked up at once, ready to go. Like,
now here's a couple.
I'm just gonna stop this for a minute. This is a studio that you could go into, just stick a drum beat on and walk up to any synth and press any key, and it would just fit, and it would flow, and it would be beautiful, and it would be lovely. The care and attention that this guy makes in his music, and you can see it in this studio, which isn't even a studio. Like Bad Badger said, it's part synth museum, part warehouse, in a showroom. It's just an insane studio, and like I say, this is his third tour. Like, pop back at my YouTube and have a look at all three back to back. It's fucking insane inside the last few minutes.
P's, very similar to the Roland. I guess one of the Roland, the first two Roland synthesizers were based on having these switches up front for the presets. Here is a Korg KPR 77 drum machine. Basically sounds like a cha-cha box, but you can program it, which is nice. The little JP08, which is connected to this unit down here, which is the microcosm. So it gives you a kind of AI regenerative sounds on basically.
I didn't like it. Yeah, I didn't like it. The fact that you've got it running through something like that, it justifies the fact that I didn't like it.
Sequential Prophet VS.
I mean, every synth, just touch it, it sounds
really
beautiful.
Good vector keyboard. My second synthesizer ever, the Kawai K3. Kawai K5. Korg Trident Mark II. This was the follow-up to the original Trident, which I forget what all it added. It added more memories and it changed some of the knobs to full adjustability instead of switches. And that's about it for the new additions here. Tune in next time when we show you the next additions.
And it's only going to get worse when we dive into Synthetics studio. You know, these two people, Mystic Frequencies and Synthetics, have just got, you know, an awesome collection of kit. The last 2-3 tours have just been fucking insane. Yeah, synthetic. I started buying synths in the 80s when analog was dirt cheap. If I started, yeah, tell me about it. I know, right? Okay, so we're about to dive into, I believe, the last tour of the day, and it is Synthetic.
Hello, kiddies.
Correct.
This is Synthetic. Welcome to CLOWNFEST 13.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to Synthetic Synth Cave Part 2. You saw tons of stuff last time, so I won't repeat anything if I can help it.
And it's still an hour long.
They're mostly in the same place, so I can avoid most things and be comfortable that I haven't repeated it. But a few things I may repeat, so apologize if it's that way. A lot of stuff I haven't turned on. I'm kind of in a rush to get this done. I think it's like 3 a.m. right now. So bear with me here. I'll make it as fast as I can. I know you want it like 15 to 20 minutes, but here we go. So this is my current mobile modular setup. Usually I have 2 pieces that I go to EMOMs with or do at home.
Yeah, I'm going to have a quick wait. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Some are older ones that I bought. Some are just weird special purpose ones like this random module from ADAC. Really, really weird. This other ADAC system one, which is kind of a fancy radio playback one. It's really samples, but it acts like a radio, and you can interrupt it and do weird tweaks on it. So it's quite fun, but it's a big module for what it does. But I used it a lot when I first got it. And other cool stuff like Zadar, which is really powerful, but I still have to learn how to use it. And Sid Guts Deluxe has a real Sid chip in it. You go crazy with that. It's actually a full synth voice right here. There's micro elements. So it's the physical modeling thing in one box, shrunk down from the original mutable instruments one. I got original mutable instruments braids, which eventually became plats. And so a bunch of other stuff. The maths module, morphine terrarium, cool stuff. Noise ring. This is actually replicating some Buchla style stuff. The source of uncertainty. You use noise ring. This one's really cool. It's called Let's Splosh. It does like math functions on CV. So you can basically just get whacked out stuff that you could basically have to program your ass off to get it to do it. But it does it automatically with all these little variations and stuff. Steppi's a really great gate sequencer. So it's only gates. You still have to do some CV stuff, but it's really cool for doing rhythms. And I have a bunch of these sideways modules. These cool adapters they make for the 1U rail for stuff. If you don't, this is cool. This is the Myo sensor one. Or read your muscle stuff. You put on your face, you put on your arms, you flex your muscles, and it sends out CV signals. So it's pretty fun to tweak stuff that way for performance. And of course, Panharmonium, one of Dave Rossum's best modules. It just does wacky stuff. So there's a bunch of weird stuff in here I don't use as often as I used to. This is more my core set here. But it's oscillators put together with some sample modules and some other kinds of sequencers. There's a touch sequencer in there from Modcan, which is really cool. Batumi, nice 4 LFO unit. Bunch of other stuff that's kind of hidden in all this beginning. I didn't clean it up, but pretty wild stuff. And then down here is more this is my hex mix with the Hexpander. So I have six tracks plus an additional 4-track expander and a mute module made by DivKid with the guys who make the hex mix Hexpander. It's Bafaco. And so I got, this is a Portuguese company, this is a Spanish company. I've got German stuff here. There's a Waldorf wavetable guy here. Got some original mutable stuff. That's a Clouds. I've got stuff from all over the place, different countries and such. Some of these are made in North America. But yeah, good fun stuff. good all-purpose stuff, and then I can use some accessory stuff here in a small case. This is a Behringer recreation of the Roland 182 sequencer. And my friend Makeshifter, if you look up GP-82 online, Makeshifter has this cool module he made from scratch to augment the 182. It adds ratcheting, it adds Bernoulli gates, it adds a bunch of other cool features that are somewhat esoteric, but ratcheting, of course, is classic. If you want proper Berlin school, you got to have ratcheting. My first module ever is this wave folder. It was $100, and I was going to use it for like sound effects and stuff, and then this grew into this
screaming at me
from,
for
the gas and the fun and the sound exploration. So after a while, you just kind of go nuts. You run out of cases, you buy more cases. So buying a smaller case isn't always the best thing, because you're just going to fill it up and buy another case. I bought these because they're mobile. In fact, the IntelliGel 7U cases are great. So you have 2 rows of 3U, 1U row at the top. It's quite spacious. So, you know, I get a decent amount of modules in here. But it stands on its own until you start putting stuff in there and patching it. It kind of rocks back and forth a bit. So it's very solid metal, nice cover, so you can patch it and cover it and go, and not have to worry about, you know, losing your stuff. But if I want a nice comfortable angle, ADAC, the same company made these things down here, Portugal, made these little angle things. Now, unfortunately, they didn't quite design them the way I wish they had, so I did this kind of a half-assed. I don't have a proper drill press and things like that. But what they should have done is put 2 holes in here, so when you put a pressure at this angle piece in the back, it doesn't get turned. But they only put 1 here and 1 here. You cannot, and there's no room to drill a second one, really, not very easily. So I basically had to put a C-clamp on it, cramp the hell out of it with the gaffer's tape. And because the C-clamp sticks out, I had to add this pad so the back of the thing sits flat. So it's kind of hokey, but I bought a whole bunch of these that I take my mobile setups, and that's how it sits. And it's very sturdy, and I can sit here and tap on it, push on it, play it, no problems. And it all comes apart very easily. It goes in my bags along with my my overhead lights. I have these little ring lights I put on the handles, so I have my lights in the room when it's all dark. I can see exactly what I need to do. And I have this little kit with me as well. And then I have a power strip with the 3 power modules for the 3 units. I don't usually take this 4th one out, just too much stuff to carry, because I often have to walk long distance to the gig through rough areas in San Francisco, like the Mission District, if you know that. Not a nice place. So you want to be mobile, you want to be quick. You don't want to be carrying a bunch of crap and worry about a bunch of weirdos out there. But this is basically like a kind of a cheap Pelican style case from Amazon that somebody had added the rails to. So, and it even had the power supply already in it. So that was a nice find online. Sometimes people make stuff for you, you don't have to do it yourself. So that's a modular setup as quickly as I could go through it. So sorry if that took too long. Pass all this stuff over here you've already seen. We rearranged some of this area over here so you guys can see some new stuff. And shout out to my buddy Matrix. Got to put him in here because he's great for promotions, and I learned a lot of stuff on his website. So free promotion. So sometimes you want to do some manual stuff. You want to do some old school stuff, or you want something portable, no batteries. You get a melodica, little Hohner melodica. It actually has a mouthpiece thing you can blow right into it directly, or you can add this little hose thing on the top. Put this down on a table, have the hose go up to your mouth, and you can play the keys hands-free from the, you know, holding it to the blow on it. It's just on the table like a normal keyboard, and this hose lets you do that. So that's kind of cool little thing. And it was pretty cheap in this little case, so it's a portable unit. Quite nice. And then we got some other fun stuff. One thing fell down here. This is, speaking of modular, but you can use it for other stuff too. This is the Coma Field Kit. These wooden boxes hold some little goodness here. And you have a mixer, you have some LFO stuff, you have some effects, you have some servo controls. You can actually hook up servo motors to this and make the servos rattle around a box in time with something else, or tap some kind of a harp, or put inside a piano. or on a drum head or whatever the hell you want, and have everything synced to your modular with all these weird kind of stuff. So some of it's audio, some of it's CV, some of it's gate, some of it's controlling motors. Very, very clever little thing in these little wooden cases that are portable. And let's see, Koma Field Kit, K-O-M-A. It's a German company. They also make a spring reverb that comes with it when you buy the advanced set. And spring reverb tank you would find inside our 2600, a good guitar amp, stuff like that. What's cool about it is it's not just a spring reverb, it's open. So you can actually scrape, pluck, bang on the strings, put the servo inside it. There's a great Heinbach video that he did that made me buy this whole kit. It's pretty fun. But what's even more fun is because you have, voltage created from various other types of sensors, you can buy this little kit on Amazon, and you can get temperature sensors, moisture sensors, humidity sensors, same as moisture. You can get pressure sensors. You can get light sensors. All kinds of sensors. You put little wires on them, make plugs on them, and plug
Catch you
them
later,
into
Vladdy.
your
Thanks for tuning in.
field kit, and you have a whole weird environmental kit to get wacky with your tiny little modular. And of course, it also communicates with proper Eurorack as well if you want it to. But it's a nice little standalone kit if you want it to be. Then other fun stuff. MIDI guitar stuff. So it's an old Roland GR1 guitar synthesizer. Takes the standard 13-pin hexa pickup. So you have 6 strings, special pickup on your guitar. Gives you 6 individual strum controls, essentially. It picks up each string individually, so you can do polyphonic, not just monophonic. And it tracks very, very well. And you have your standard, put on the floor, and you have your preset settings and some other fine-tuning. It also has, of course, you always expect MIDI out, so you can use it to go to other stuff. You're not stuck with just what the sounds are in here. You can MIDI out to the world. So, very cool. And you can get dedicated guitars like this iGuitar. Really, really nice iGuitar I bought from a friend years ago. This thing is probably $2,000 when it came out. It's very high quality. But it's 13-pin. So you can use it as a regular guitar, use it as 13-pin, whatever, run it right to this guy, and it tracks very well. You don't have to use any guitar sounds at all. You can use it totally for synth. But then if you want to get crazy and standalone, you can get one of these oldies. This is a Casio PG380, built-in IPD brain, so it's the advanced version of the CZ line of synths. It's the VZ. So you have the VZ10, VZ8, there's a VZ10M, and a VZ1 keyboard. So they put the brain of that inside this guy. That's a little control panel there. And you have your standard controls for tuning and tone and stuff, but see that extra pickup at the bottom there? So you get the 3 pickups here and then an extra pickup at the bottom. That's your pickup for the MIDI/synth. So you can do MIDI out, synth out, guitar out, individually or all at once. And for 1987 or so, it tracks really, really nice. So that's kind of fun. I'm not a great guitar player, but it is fun to use it for expression, to play different weird little things. And I have other guitars like that one down there. Stuff like that. This one I won't take out of the kit. It's just too much crap bundled together. It's a Moog Theremin. So if you've seen the Moog Theremins before, this is the portable version that adds USB MIDI functionality. And it has presets and an engine built into it, same as Animoog on the iPad. So really classic, basic theremin type sounds, or whacked out high-end synthy sounds with effects and all that kind of stuff. So it's quite nice if you're into theremins. And again, it's experimental. You don't have to know how to play. You don't have to be good, practice your ass off. You can just have fun tinkering with it. Other fun controller type things. WindSynth. So this is a Silphio wind controller. This is made in France. The company currently has a Kickstarter that's in progress for the Anima Omega. It's a polyphonic version of the Anima Phi, which is a monophonic. It's like their version of a Korg Prophecy, but it has some extra goodies in it. Oh. They put that engine in here.
Really?
So it's a physical modeling sampling type, mostly physical modeling. Synth engine, you got like, I think 50 presets baked in. Every time they do an update, they give you more presets. So I think I have 50, maybe 60 presets on here.
How much
and
is that
because
thing?
it's almost like a Rolly C-board, you have like 5 degrees of control. You have this ribbon here. You have, it's kind of embarrassing, but when it's in your mouth, you can do this motion like this for vibrato, because it has accelerometers in it, right? You can do tilt. You can do roll, this motion, and the thumb, and some stuff on the back, all at the same time. And the presets actually take advantage of that, which is pretty crazy. Everything from realistic flutes and saxophones to just whacked out stuff to crazy Moog styles, you know, bass ass sounds to screechy stuff, sound effects, you name it. It's a whole lot of fun. It doesn't have a byte sensor on it like you'd have on a Yamaha WX5, which is more like a sax type thing. So this has a mouthpiece more like one of the older Iwis, the Akai Iwis. I think the newer Akai Iwi has a byte sensor or some kind of thingy here, but the new Yamaha stuff and some of the older stuff has a byte sensor. This is more simple, but it's a hell of a lot of complex stuff to do on the box.
Welcome back, Touch Circle.
The kit itself. And it even has a little screen in the back. So that's how you navigate your patches. That's how you tweak your scale. You tweak your sensitivity, all kinds of stuff. So it's got a little thumb thing here so you can hold it. And it's got a strap you can put on it if you want to be hands-free for a while. This actually is a button here. Looks like a logo, but it's actually a touch button. And that's like their shift key combination with some stuff here. You get your screen controls. So very cool little thing. It even has a wireless function because Bluetooth MIDI sometimes is fast enough, sometimes it's not. So people who use stuff like this are very demanding, like wireless guitar people are very demanding. You don't want a Bluetooth guitar when you're on stage beaming to your amps. It's too slow. There's too much latency. So there's those basically radio frequency or wireless style guitar converters to send your signal around. They have a little box you can get with it. It's in this little case.
I looked at the cord box.
This will connect to the box via radio. And then this has MIDI, proper MIDI out and some other stuff on it, audio connectors and stuff. So you can use it as a base station to hook your stuff out. There's also a built-in audio jack for headphones or for audio out recording, and it runs on battery. So this is a fully portable unit by itself. This is just an extra goodie if you want more.
What
more
does
stuff,
that
you wanna hook
cost?
it directly to DIN 5 MIDI stuff. So you don't have to do that, but so that's fun. Then you get fun stuff like this old. You saw my guitar in the other room. That's also black. This is the black version of the Casio MIDI sax. For some reason in Japan they had a lot of special edition black model stuff. So right now the mouthpiece is off this one, but there's usually a stick out little triangular mouthpiece. But it will still work with this. And it's just it's a silly looking thing with a built-in speaker. The tones on here are quite good. It's actually very warm sounding, analog-y kind of tones out of this guy from the Casio for doing some basic sounds. But the beauty of it is just turn the speaker off, turn the volume down, do a proper DIN 5 MIDI out, and the world is your oyster. Very cool. So I had this long before I had the Sofio. But, it's more cumbersome, more limiting. This built-in sounds aren't so great. So, also it's, they're kind of unusual. So I don't want to ruin it and then have to go track one down again. And then speaking of guitars, there's other guitar type controllers. This is the Jamstick Plus. So it looks like one of those little guitar things you can just practice to get your, work up your calluses and get your fingering down and just practice to get the fingering down. This actually properly strums.
That is about out of my price range.
So it tracks all these with this little built-in pickup. It has a button down here for palm mute. So you can do palm muting with it. It has a little controller. So as you're holding it like this to play it, assuming you're right-handed, you have this D-pad up here to do all kinds of cool stuff while you're hooked to an iPad or a computer or something like that. Because it is Bluetooth. And it's very good Bluetooth. It's not laggy. But you know, obviously wired is the fastest thing, but this works quite well. And I've used it on really weird synth apps on the iPad. It's portable battery, you know, rechargeable battery, or just add some AA batteries inside of it. So that is cool for that. So again, does some guitar-like stuff, got some wind-like stuff, got some other types of controllers. There's mini Rolly C-board, a little block keyboard, gives you the functionality of a giant Rolly, much cheaper and much more portable. And they're magnet mounts, so you can actually put them together and build up a bigger unit if you want to. Next to the IOPZ, another standard portable unit I take everywhere. It's a mobile studio. That one is also buttons. So these are not velocity sensitive or pressure sensitive. They're just buttons. But
yeah, Russ has just joined us. How's it going, fella?
And also after you play it to tweak things if you really need to. And next to it is the Artiphone Corda, which is a fairly recent thing. It's cool. They kind of took some ideas from Rolly, but with hard keys. Kind of see the lines there in it a little bit. So you can go up and down. It lights up as you play. And you can do, like on a Rolly, you can move up and do this kind of a slide function, which can add modulation. It could do pitch stuff. You can also wiggle on the key, going back and forth, and get vibrato or whatever, how you map it, just like when you wiggle on the Rolly squishy key bed. Has 4-track recording, 4 types of instruments, hooks to an app. You can load your own samples in here and stuff. It's very, very elaborate. It has a little built-in speaker, which is handy, as well as headphone jack. And you hold it like a guitar or put it down and play it like a lap steel or whatever, or just tap on it for rhythms. Very, very cool little thing. I have some videos I've done a while back on my Poly Evolver, just controlling it from this, and it's pretty amazing. And other controllers, you got the X-Key Air, same guys who make Witty. So the Bluetooth on here is very, very good. Pairs very well with other kinds of Bluetooth stuff, very high speed. Bluetooth 5, not Bluetooth 4 and other lower shit like some of the Yamaha stuff. And you got the ChordBot, which is Isla Instruments' first Kickstarter thing. It's they got some ideas from the Omnichord MIDI, where you have a strum bar or a strum ribbon there. You slide up and down. You have a chord section down here that has some hard-coded chords, but you can also kind of tweak them. A keyboard, which gives you velocity but no pressure. Nice little screen with some knobbage and these pads. So you can play it like rhythms, map chords onto the things like how you do on an M3 or some other kinds of Korg devices. Like a couple slipping in my mind right now, but that's ChordBot. Pretty cool. Another fun stuff. It's an Royan from Yamaha. It's a sequencer. It's a MIDI brain if you hook a keyboard to it. It's a rhythm box. It's an incredible 16-part, 16-track, 16-page sequencer for modular, anything you want. Good MIDI implementation. I have a bunch of videos on that if you want to see more about that. And of course, the SQ1, little Korg guy, very portable. Also can be played like a little keyboard, but it's mainly used for sequencing, MIDI, CV gate, all that good stuff. It even has some stuff, some sync to hook to Korg Volcas. And it also has a Little Bits plug. If you know what Korg Little Bits are, it was an experiment that Korg did with the company Little Bits to make synth modules that snap together with magnets. And I have a whole kit for that. It's kind of fun to play with. Aimed at kids learning synth, but it's actually useful. What else here? More small stuff. A lot of Elisa stuff was great over the years. Once they got acquired by Newmark and then InMusic and all that stuff, everything kind of went kind of shitty. They have some decent drum kits now and stuff, but all the really fun stuff they don't do anymore. But this is one of the little plug-in modules. So it's a kind of like a guitar stomp box, but it hooks together with DB9 connectors. So instead of those 1/4-inch jacks you have in all your guitar things, you just smack these together end to end to end as long as you want. And it makes a nice, clean signal chain. And then you just got to give them power and then use whatever set of outputs you want at the end instead of just by itself. And you have your standard knobs. You have some rocker buttons and some normal buttons and lights that turn on and stuff. This is Metavox. It's actually a cool little vocoder unit. Standalone. You don't have to feed it a carrier. You can just modulate the carrier stuff that's already built into it, which is pretty decent. But there's no reason why you can't plug in as a mode to do whatever carrier you want. Mini Moog, guitar, drum machine, whatever you want. So pretty cool little thing. My only gripe is classic Elisa's crap uses AC adapters, not AC DC. So this will not work without AC power, period. So if you want to use a battery pack with the proper voltage and amperes, I used to homemade them, but you can't homemade an AC power pack, right? It has to be DC. So with this, you have to use an inverter. Luckily, all the new battery packs you get at Amazon, the fancy ones, have built-in inverters with AC plugs. So you can make this as portable as you want with just the new AC inverter battery pack. It's very cool. Back onto Korg. This is, again, a black model thing. Usually it's just a white, silvery thing. But this is really, really fun. This is strictly a MIDI controller. But it's got this glorious XY pad.
Love me an XY pad.
Hold. So like repeat mode. So if we're doing like machine gunny kind of drums. You have rolls and flams. So when you do flams, to change the distance on the pad, different directions, you get the ba-bump, 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 to bump, bump. So that's, if you know, a flam's like a double hit with some time. And so that's fun. You can actually do proper flams on here. Roll is really fun. In fact, if you don't have the machine gun drums, or like a slower version, like a poor man's arpeggiator, you put it on roll, you find a decent drum sound. You can even lock, there's a hold thing on here, you can lock a pad, hit it, and then just start doing this kind of fluid motion with the pad. And as you get a rhythm figured out, you can do these beautiful drum rolls that don't sound like machine guns. And they're not even for multi-sample, multi-layered drums. It's just the way the volume works and the velocity effects on here when you do the roll. Very cool. One of the things I discovered years ago using a QY100 hooked to it. Really, really fun. So that's more of that stuff. This is more small crap over here. Of course, you got a microcosm, the official cheat code. Anything you plug into it sounds amazing. You do lack some controls until you really figure it out, and it still kind of does some stuff for you, but that's part of the magic. I love it. I think it's really cool. And because they're handmade, I mean, look, this is a handwritten label here. They're back ordered usually. You got to order them and just wait or find a used one somewhere because they're almost always out of stock. But hologram microcosm, amazing. And back to Roland, you got a VT3 here. I was talking about that earlier with the Iris system. Got the VT3, TB3, System 1, MX1. Was the Sync Box, SBX1, I think it is. And then later on the System 8. And that was kind of your whole IRA thing. And then you had the TR8 to that. And you have the full-on IRA setup. All green, all the same kind of plastic, So that was IRA. Other fun things, we're talking about sequencers. You guys probably never heard of the Triadex Muse. Very, very weird thing. There's actually a Windows emulator for it you can find online that's really old but still works. Never saw a Mac version. And it was a weird...
Future Retro.
It was done by this guy, Marvin Minsky at MIT. I think it was MIT. It was one of those highbrow engineering universities. And he and a bunch of guys, he was like an interface guy and just wanted to come up with a way to make interesting patterns and rhythms just differently than everything else on the market at the time. So it had this kind of a big matrix, almost like the Tenorion, but much, much simpler, with some markings on it to denote what each axis does and some knobs and switches and stuff. It was kind of a really esoteric thing. And I don't know if they made that many of them, so they probably don't even work anymore if you could find one. So they have the software one. But these guys, they made this thing called Zillion. And I'm assuming because it has a zillion permutations, I'm not sure why they called it that, but it's just tiny little interface with a little screen that comes up. It might even be not Raspberry Pi, but like Arduino or something similar to that, because it's very, very small. But you have proper MIDI controls on it. You have this wheel on it, almost like an old iPad to navigate. You got some more buttons here, a whole bunch of buttons here with a little screen that lights up. Cool little thing to make interesting, unusual sequences. And of course it's digital, so it stores everything you do. So it has a huge memory, but I haven't used it in a long time, but I just wanted to show it because good things can come in small packages. What else we got here? Oh yeah. This is the Nuke module from the Hartman Neuron VS software version of the keyboard Hartman Neuron. Hartman Neurons, if you can even find them now, and mostly broken because they're PC based.
Evening, Kelvin.
$5,000.
Thank you, Alan, by the way.
Less, and they probably need a retrofit or some other extra work because it's just the original PC was like it's like a Pentium 3, I think, inside there. Something like it. It's a really, really old system. And so you basically had to, after a while, rebuild it and get the software to work on it and all that kind of stuff. So the VS version, the VST, was always easier because as long as you had a Mac or PC that could run it, certain limitations there, you could do amazing stuff. So I've been doing stuff from my SoundCloud for years with it, my Aquafx SoundCloud stuff. And I've also been doing some stuff for Noisevember and January and stuff. Just pull it out once in a while just to have fun with it. It's got this little joystick, and it has these little modes controlled by this button here. It's these 3 LEDs. Uses these resonators. It's basically a neural net synthesizer. How much it's really doing that is always kind of debatable, but it is interesting because you can use the model maker, bring in samples, it analyzes them, converts them into partials and amplitudes, harmonic partials and amplitudes, and it's basically synthesizing whatever sound you feed into it. And then you can use these mathematical functions with the resonators, along with some of these knobs and some of the other stuff on screen with a mouse, to get nuts. It's just a really cool, it's very digital. So if you hate digital, you'll probably hate it. But I mean, Hans Zimmer loves it. He was one of the early customers. It's designed by Axel Hartman. In fact, it was the Hartman Neuron. So it was his own company. Axel Hartman's famous for doing the Waldorf stuff. Fix that. There we go. So Axel Hartman, amazing designer. And in this case, the same guys who make Synaptic Company is a German company. They're the same guys who worked on this project. So there's a guy who keeps this alive on Facebook for Mac called Hartman Neuron Users Group, I think. I haven't used it for a while. And there's a current Mac version, which it doesn't work on the M series, the Apple Silicon, but it works on everything up to, I think High Sierra or something like that. And then you get into some of the other fun stuff. Speaking of fake synths, this is Synth 9 from Electro Harmonics. Really, really nice. You can see the names of the plugs there. They're based in presets. So really, really nice. I've used it on a couple demos a while back. You can find that. Other guitar stuff, you got Hatsune Miku, the virtual Japanese pop star. This is the Miku Stomp. You can feed a guitar, a microphone, anything audio into the input. And it actually adds Japanese phonemes to anything you do. And there's some ranges of different phonemes you can do. There's like a randomizer as well as some actual specific limited phonemes. And it's very funny sounding because, if you don't speak Japanese, you don't know what's going on. Okay, I'm going to take it off the gimbal. I think the gimbal I needed to charge. Sorry about that. It's a little shaky the rest of the time, but we'll be okay here. So yeah, Miku Stomp from Korg, Japan. I had to order this from Japan. I haven't seen them anywhere in the States, so you could probably still get them online, but I think they went up because they're kind of weird and unique and it's specific. So if you don't like it, you'll hate it immediately, potentially, but I love it. I think it's hilarious. Also weird. You could also run this through some other effects and it doesn't even sound like Japanese. And some more Earthquaker stuff. Afterneath is a really nice reverb. They have a newer version than this. They also have a Eurorack module now for Afterneath for Eurorack, which is really cool. And this is Bit Commander. It's kind of a bit crusher, thickener, layering. You can like add low oscillator, high oscillator, stack it, mangle it. It's really a lot of fun. It makes a guitar sound more like it's going through some crazy synth effects, even though it still could sound like a guitar. Or you can run a synth through it or whatever. And then more Sonicware stuff. Sample Track is actually a cool idea Very
I looked at
portable,
this.
runs on batteries, has SD card, proper MIDI, audio in out, so you can do microphone as well as keyboards in, sample into it, and nice little pads that are velocity sensitive, tons of controls, little knobs, D-pad, nice little bright screen. They kind of copy some ideas from Electron, Digitact. Until recently, the interface was impenetrable. If you're used to certain paradigms, some people love it, but if you're used to a lot of other interfaces, especially Electron, which can be tricky, but you just get used to it, this was very odd. So I just...
Dynamic says,
the only reason I
wonder
got
if you chained everything up and with audio and video or CV, what the end sound would be like. The end of chain challenge.
Here,
Yes.
which you can make, it's compatible with the sample track because you can make kits on the sample track. Bring in your drum sounds, whatever you're using, any kind of percussion. Bake out your sample kits, your drum kits, and put them on this new ELZ1 Play. This is from Dr. Uendo's website, not the Sonicware website. It's kind of a trial product. It's an expansion of the original ELZ1, which is kind of an OP1 knockoff. So it has some Swedish ideas with some Japanese changes to it. But I mean, when you check this out, beautiful screen, full color. This is one of the engines here. Turn the volume up in the back here. Has velocity on it. No aftertouch, but so easy to do patch navigation. It's got a 4-part looper. It's got built-in effects. If you go to the effects channel here, it's got a sequencer built into it. The editing is really cool for the filters. It even has this funny thing with the eyeballs, showing you where the resonance peak is. So, just make it kind of whimsical, kind of fun. But if you're new to...
I don't want to do that. But we have reached 4 hours worth of the of show, and I didn't think we'd make it past 2. I was so worried. We only had I think it was 8 tours in this morning, but people, they absolutely pulled it out of the bag and made an amazing studio tour day. 4 hours. We haven't had a 4-hour studio tour day for a while. Synthetic, there is still 20 minutes of that, and I want to check it out myself. I will upload the full thing to my YouTube page, but I believe 4 hours is enough. The tours just got better and better throughout the day. They really did. Like, hats off to everybody who did a tour. I think they were arranged brilliantly. I moved a few around, but I think that was fucking the way they panned out was really fucking good. Don't worry, Mystic Frequencies, we got yours in, and I'm glad we did. Synthetic, you knocked the time out of the park with an hour on that one, and I really wish we could have got the whole thing done. Right. I want to thank all the producers that put in tonight, and I want to give a really big thanks to Synthetic, who stayed up till 3 in the morning doing that. That is a massive feat, and I thank you for it. So good. All insane studios. Like, honestly. Like I say, the studio tour day is one of my favorite days. We kicked off with you, Eric M. Keys. The studio tour day is one of my favorite days. It shows us, the person behind, and it gives us an insight into who they are, and and you can see their characters and stuff, and it's really good to see. Synthetic's cave is just insane, like absolutely insane. He's got some really interesting pieces of kit, that fluty thing I'm tempted to have a look at, but £800, I don't know about that. Okay, we are back tomorrow with more CLOWNFEST day 3, which is where we kick off the music. So I'm very much looking forward to that. Tomorrow we start at 5 p.m. and we kick off with Jag Shergill as always. So, CLOWNFEST has been great so far. The turnout for today has been fucking phenomenal, so thank you all for that. We've had high numbers of people watching all the time, and the chat has been off the fucking scale, and it's all been geeky shit. So I've loved it, absolutely loved it. Yeah. Join me tomorrow, day 3 for the first day of the music, and like I say, we kick off with Jag Showgirl. We also have Sudden Creation, Space Beast, the B-Siders, Tipsy Eyes, Alan Kent, Doghouse, Rancid Poets, Mortal Molecule, The Light, Mike from Scumface. It's gonna be fucking amazing. Tomorrow is kind of like the off-grid day, as Jim Prendergrass called it when he took over his day to do it. And it kind of stuck. So yeah, the off-grid day where we have, you know, acoustic acts, bands, that kind of thing. But we're going to end up with a bit of techno at the end, I hope. And yeah, so join me tomorrow for more CLOWNFEST. We are live for 5 more days. We run right up until Tuesday next week, and the next 4 days. I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. Yeah, for the next 4 days. 4 days? 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got my numbers wrong. But anyway, for the next 4 days, it's music, and I'm looking forward to it. Everybody levels up at CLOWNFEST, and I'm sure this will be no exception. I'm sure everybody will be fucking amazing, and it will be a wonderful display of music starting at 5 o'clock tomorrow. So join me here on my YouTube channel for the kickoff of the music, or the live acts rather. Yeah. Thank you all so much for joining me this evening. CLOWNFEST is fucking amazing, keeps getting stronger and stronger, and I'm looking forward to all the acts tomorrow. I am going to leave you this evening with a little bit of Matt Dobbs for the techno remix of Granny's Fanny, and I hope to see you all here tomorrow.
Granny's valleys, I love them. Oxygen and folds, you know. Granny's valleys, ooh, you know, so I can get right inside. It's gonna be over 60. Granny's valleys, I love them. Octogenarian folds. Granny's valleys, ooh, so I can get right inside. It's gonna be over 60. Oh, yeah. You're gifted, you're intelligent, you're lovely, and you're fun. But you're garish, you're an idiot, you're lacking in fluid, and you're flatulent. I wish you would have went down the front as well at the back, I'll tell you that one. I'll tell you that. Granny's valleys, I love them. Octogenarian folk. Granny's valleys, ooh, yeah, so I can get right inside. It's gonna be over 60. Granny's valleys, I love them. Get right inside that party. Might be a bit dry and you might have to spit on it, but yeah. Might be a bit dry and you might have to spit on it, but yeah. Granny's valleys, it's gonna be over 60. Granny's valleys, it's gonna be over 60. It's gonna be over 60. Granny's funnies, I love them. Granny's funnies. Granny's funnies, I love them. Granny's funnies. Granny's funnies, I